bonus Flanagan format for this finals where there's bonus pins for every bowler that bowls every game. The high game, each game gets 48 points, and the low game gets 1. And so, you know, you'll be rewarded for some good, steady, high games, and there'll be a lot of movement in the standings today. So, good luck. We're going to turn them on. Oh, the standings will be posted on that Greater Iowa Facebook page too, along with the sheets that we pass out here. So I'll have the prize fund figured out shortly, and we'll get that posted out here too. Thanks, guys.
And good morning, everyone. Welcome into the 2024 11thframe.com Open, round number 2, game 1 of 12 here from the beautiful Cherry Lanes inside the Diamond Joe Casino in the great state of Iowa, Dubuque to be exact. And we got a long day of bowling in front of us, everybody. Get ready to strap in. My name is Mike Flanagan from Inside Bowling, and I'm glad you're here with us today for what bodes to be quite a day of competition. Where do we begin, you ask? Well, let's start with yesterday. 3 squads, 9 a.m., 1 p.m., and 5 p.m. We had 52 players on each squad. 156 player field, 52 cashed, and 52nd place was Brady Gustafson. 51st was Tony DeVita. 50th was Jacob Kraft. 49th was Mike Kickmall. Mike finished at plus 88 for his 6 games of qualifying and just missed making it into the top 48. It took plus 92 to make it into the top 48, and that lucky player was Darren Bloomquist. Today they're going to bowl 12 games. 12 games with all pinfall carrying over. And during those 12 games, the 48 players that are left in our field are going to be competing for a bunch of bonus pins, meaning the highest game in the building will receive 48 bonus pins. The lowest game in the building is going to receive 1 bonus pin. And we will do that 12 times, again with all pinfall carrying over, to determine who will be our top 5. Our top 5 are then going to bowl a stepladder final right here on Inside Bowling later today at approximately 3 p.m. Guys, I want to tell you, coming up here to Cherry Lanes here in Dubuque, I want to give a big shout out to our man Bob Hockren. He's been the general manager since day one when this facility opened in 2008. And he, being a PBA bowler over the years and an accomplished bowler himself, he wanted to bring great events to this bowling center, and working through a couple of different ownership groups and now Boyd Gaming, he's continued to bring this event here in collaboration with the Greater Iowa Bowling Association and Jeff Riggles at the 11thframe.com. And they donate the lineage here for the entire weekend, which is amazing. So shout out to our man Bob Hockren and to everybody here on the property that allows these bowlers to bowl for a great prize fund. Also, this is a Greater Iowa Bowling Association event, as I mentioned, at GIBA-bowling.com is where you can find out more info. Ebonite is the title sponsor of the Greater Iowa Bowling Association. So if you're looking for a new bowling ball, check out the brand of Ebonite. Also involved in this one here is the Dubuque Regional Sports Commission. IAMBowling, the official jersey supplier. If you want to save 25% off your order over at IAMBowling, you can do so with the coupon code GIBA, and everybody, that's good year-round. In addition to that, we want to thank our man Brandon Steen with the Steen team at the Stride Bank Structure Real Estate Company. Of course, Jeff Riggles and his 11thframe.com column make this event even possible. Jeff puts money back into the prize fund and does a great job of promoting our sport of bowling, so make sure you check out the 11thframe.com and consider subscribing. And also, when you're in the area and you're coming in and out of town, make sure you always fill up your gas tank at Quick Trip and Quick Star. Folks, yesterday we had some pretty impressive outings for 6 games. And it all starts with Zach Andreessen. And we've got our leaders here on 13 and 14. Andreessen is letter A. He starts with a double. He finished at plus 303 for his 6 games yesterday on this 37 feet in length, 1.5 to 1 ratio. Yes, I said that correctly, 1.5 to 1 ratio. It's very flat. It does play out about 26 milliliters of oil, but he led the pack at plus 303. In second is Brandon Pryor. Pryor is letter B up there on lanes 13 and 14. Pryor finished at plus 264 yesterday. In third is Brian Thompson. He finished at plus 235, and Brian is letter C. Then in fourth is Ryan Powers. He finished at plus 210. Ryan is letter D on 13 and 14. Just off to your right, Derek Kindig on the approach right now. Used an old blue hammer the entire day yesterday. Did not switch balls. We're talking a blue hammer that was poured in the St. Louis factory and that he's had for a long time. Kindig, plus 208 yesterday. Kindig is letter A. Letter B is none other than Lucas Hersrud. Lucas in sixth also finished at plus 208, so he was tied for fifth with Derek. In seventh is Victor Cortez Jr., who finished at plus 189. He is letter C. And then letter D up there is Nick Reidler. Nick Reidler yesterday finished at plus 178 for his 6 games. Other competitors that we have in the field. Cameron Crowe 9th, Dave Dentlinger 10th, Dawson Peterson 11th, Brady Stearns 12th. 13th is Brody Green, 14th Nate Vanderbeek, 15th Kyle Kroll, 16th Adam Moore, 17th Chad Moss, 18th Trenton Holtz, 19th Billy Hibbert, 20th Bob Hochran, our general manager here. 21st Quentin Bolin, 22nd Nate Stubler, 23rd Dakota Solanka, 24th Christopher Little. That's half the field, folks. 25th Logan Williams, 26th Johnny Davis, 27th Paul Bober, 28th Brian Roth, 29th Brandon Runk, 30th Justin Stewart, 31st Seth Tegtmeyer, 32nd Spencer Worthman. 16 more players to name. 33rd Garrett Meadows, 34th Andrew Blaney, 35th Jake Bedard, 36th Alexis Runk, 37th Jace Gettle, 38th Chris Ray. 39th Lucas Purdue, 40th Brendan Hall, 41st Brian Tippett, who bowled 300 yesterday. 42nd Cody Schmidt, 43rd Matt Hibbard, 44th Brendan Sramick, 45th Roger Taylor Jr., 46th Tommy Barnwell, 47th Dakota Vostri, and 48th Darren Bloomquist. The last 8 players that I named are on the bottom right-hand side of your screen. Cody Schmidt, Brian Tippett, Matt Hibbard, Brendan Sramick, Tommy Barnwell, Roger Taylor Jr., Darren Bloomquist, and Dakota Vostri. I've got a link pinned at the top of the chat room that's called Standings. If you click on that link, there is going to be a spreadsheet. That is the 2024 11thframe.com Open Round 2 spreadsheet. You're going to see the scores being entered into this Google Sheet by Jennifer and Joe and Rosie walking around. And as they input the data, you're going to see the scores update in real time with the bonus pins. I highly encourage you to follow along today, that you go and bookmark that link. I certainly have. I suggest you do so as well. Again, this lane pattern is 37 feet in length, and it is a little bit less than 1.5 to 1. It is asymmetric, and this pattern in years past, being used the last 2 years, has been very fair on both sides of the lane. That's why they continue to use it. So that's my opening monologue here, so to speak, for what we have here in Dubuque, Iowa at the 11thframe.com Open. It's great to be back. I streamed this event 11 years ago, and it's great to be back. This is the 12th year. Actually, it was 13 years ago I streamed this one, and this is the 12th year for its existence. I was here at the first one, and here I am at the 12th one. I missed 11 of them, everybody. So we're off and running here this morning. It's going to be a long day of bowling. Like I said, 12 total games, 12 straight, 1 round, 1 oil. And you're going to see urethane bowling balls going down the lane. You're also going to see some guys use reactive. But I would think overall, majority of this field is going to stay out for as long as they possibly can. Otherwise, if the players move in too deep, too early, they could get pretty nasty at the end of the day. So with that, I think it's time for me to check in on our chat room and say hello to a few folks. I want to say hello to Big Boy Jerry. I want to say hello to Tyler. I want to say hello to Jenny, Tarzan, Benny. It's great to see you all in here this morning for our round number 2. Also, if you'd like to support this stream and let people know what's going on, I highly suggest you subscribe to our YouTube channel, like this video, and share it out with your friends and let people know that you're watching some bowling here today. Also, we do sell merch over on our website at InsideBowling.com. If you want to go over and check out our apparel, we've got some new dry foot and hoodies that are very affordably priced. And other t-shirts and regular hoodies with the fall coming up. Great way to support what we're doing here, and you can save 15% with coupon code YouTube. YouTube will save you 15% on our website. And if you're looking to pick up any new bowling products for the upcoming league season, which is just right around the corner, some leagues have already started, we do sell bowling balls, bags, shoes, accessories. We ship out same day from 5 different warehouses throughout the United States. So check us out over at InsideBowling.com. Hello to Gloria, Power Cord, and Scott, Cracker Jack. Let's go, everybody. Let's get it going here today. Let's have a great day of bowling. Players are going to provide great competition for us all day long. I will be joined by some guests throughout the day, I'm sure. I know Jeff Riggles will hop in and join us. Quite certain. Eric Littig might want to pop in as well. And you're seeing a lot of pin action coming in from the outside angle there. A lot of pin action. This is one of the highest scoring 11thframe.com opens in history, actually. To make 92 be the cut number, that's a pretty massive number for this event. I like the name of this round. It's not the Cashers round, it's round 2. That's what I like. It's a long round, though, I'll tell you that. It's a long, long round. And there will be times throughout the day today where I'm going to step away for, 5 minutes or so and come back in. Stretch the legs, recharge the batteries. Maybe even grab a little lunch at some point. Shout out to Joe and Rosie and Jennifer working hard in the tournament office. Eric Littig this morning grabbed the microphone for a minute and, just emphasize to the bowlers that, these events would not be possible without their efforts, right? I mean, it's a labor of love. We're not getting rich running bowling tournaments, that's for sure, especially as generous as they are with putting money back into the prize fund and going out and negotiating all these great sponsorship deals so the bowlers have a lot of money to play for here. But don't forget, we've got another event coming up here ran by the Greater Iowa Bowling Association right here on Inside Bowling, and that's going to be the Ebonite Fall Classic coming up September 13th through the 15th at Maple Lanes in Waterloo, Iowa. If you'd like to get more information on that one, head over to giba-bowling.com. I'm not sure if they have any openings or not, but the website will probably tell you. You can contact Joe. He'll get back to you and let you know if you can get into that one. So looking at the scoring pace here, look at the left pair, ladies and gentlemen, not one open frame. Look at the right pair, ladies and gentlemen, not one open frame. That's why they are the best of the best. Let's see how long they can keep that going. And right on cue. Right on cue. Did I just step in that or what? Well, it's not an open frame yet. But 4 through the face is never fun on a triple. You can make a deep run in this one here. I mean, picking up 48 bonus pins a game is a way to make up some pins in a hurry. No question. I know, everybody. I know. Watch them spare this. Oh, bummer. Well, there's our first open frame. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Sorry about that. That's my bad. I see you, Jeff, in here. Feel free to come by for a game here or there throughout the day. I know you're busy. You got stuff going on, but you have an open invite to come up and join in whenever you like, dude. Whenever you want to come up here, buddy, you're more than welcome to join. I'm going to call it like I see it, do everything I possibly can. I don't have any live scoring in the building, so I'm not going to be able to pan through and see how folks are doing in real time. I'll have to be looking at the spreadsheet as well as you guys. This is an event I wish I did have some live scoring, but you know what? A lot of other positives and great things. I think we can probably put up with no live scoring here today. I come in here in the morning and expect everything to kind of be the same. And this morning, some bizarre things had taken place with my stuff on one side of this place. I was a little perplexed this morning, just to be honest. What was it? Saturday Night Live. I'm feeling a bit verklempt. Talks amongst yourselves. Coffee talk. That's what it was. Dana Carvey. And I was feeling like that. So I'm tweaking some scoreboards. I had a camera not power up this morning, which was just super bizarre. I mean, bizarro. As bizarro as it gets. But hey, whatever, Trevor, right? Do what we can. Do what we can. All right, I think I'm semi-happy with scoreboard number 3 now. It was a little off kilter. John wants to know, has lane 11 started to spark yet? No, I think lane 11 looks okay. Tommy Barnwell not really having too many problems. I will do this for you guys. I will take a peek at their scores, see how they're doing here. Brendan Stramick this morning came up to me and said, hey, somebody may have to withdraw from the event. They're going to need you to come in and bowl for them. I appreciate the vote of confidence there, Brendan. I do have one other thing that I need to attend to, and I will be right back on that one. Okay, folks, I'm back. Brendan Stramick, nice game going here. I'm going to go ahead and bring us back to our leaders, though. Let's see what we got here. Remember, in this format, 48 points to the high game in the building, 1 point to the low game in the building, and Brendan Stramick might be getting 48 bonus pins. And considering he is buried down in 44th, he's at plus 97. Let's just pretend he gets 48 bonus pins. That would put him at 135. No, 145. What am I saying? 145 plus the 90 pins put him at 235. Right now, 235 is third, folks. That's the kind of move you can make in this format. And who came up with it? One of the brightest minds ever in the history of bowling. The guy that when I look in the mirror, I see a lot of that guy. I came up with this format. I really like it. I like it a lot. This is the first time I've ever called my own format, by the way. Talk about coming full circle. I got two things going for me this year. One is, actually I have three things. I forgot about the main one. One is I'm devastatingly handsome, just like Ferris Bueller. Number two, I'm calling my own format, which has never happened before. And number three, I'm getting inducted into the St. Louis USBC Hall of Fame for meritorial service coming up this October. So this is like the trifecta year for me. I'm looking good, sounding good, calling my own formats, and I'm going to be a Hall of Famer. Is that unbelievable? I mean, it's time to just drop the mic and exit stage right. This will be my last broadcast, everybody. Great seeing you. Well, let me try to figure out who's bowling what here so I can call it out properly for you. 13 and 14. Zach Andreessen, our leader, bowls 212. Brandon Cryer can still get to 258. That'll probably be at least 40 bonus pins, right? You would think. I've never called this format, so I'm looking forward to seeing where all these scores shake out. Letter C over there was Brian Thompson, who didn't have a whole lot, 196. Not sure how many bonus pins that's going to be worth. And then Ryan Powers here, 243. Right next door, we had Ken Digg bowls 196 with his blue hammer, 246 with an open in the 10th for Lucas Herzrud, 238 for Victor Cortez Jr., and 217, it looks like, for Nick Reidler. Now let's look over here. Stramick, the best he can do now is 269. We had 258 posted up there by, who was that, Vostri? Yeah, Dakota had 240 or 258. That's nice. 181 for Roger Taylor Jr., Tommy Barnwell. Can still get to 231. A nice back half of this game if he can finish it out. Stramick doing well. Doing well. I'm going to go over to the spreadsheet. I'm going to see what's going on in the spreadsheet. Maybe they should give me access to this spreadsheet and I can help do the scores in my area. I want to be part of the tournament team. I'll just start typing them in. They'll be like, no, Mike. What if you type in the wrong score? Then we really got problems. I'm already hearing songs that aren't even playing in the building today. So, I mean, we're off to a great start here. I'm going to have to start getting one of those automatic driving vehicles to get me to and from events soon. That's how crazy it's getting. Ralph, it's definitely a humble brag, my friend. Rick's working hard today. He's got his story. Yeah, three can fit. That's fine. That's not a problem at all. Jeff, sure. We'll make it work. All right, nice game there from Brendan. Old 267. Not bad. Not a bad start there. For 40-something bonus pins. Tommy Barnwell probably going to get in the upper 30s at least, I would think. Yeah, why not? Why not get you 30-something bonus pins? We got a lot of people looking at this spreadsheet right now. I'm going to be looking at it. So the pacing is nice. We've got 30 minutes a game. That means we're going to have about 6 hours of bowling here. I got to ask Jennifer a question. All right, we turn the page. Let's go to game 2 here. Game 2 already off and running, it looks like. So we'll go to where bowlers are bowling. All right, let's go to a new pair. Let's get a 9 count. Let's get a 9 count. How many 9 counts are we going to get? Dakota just had 250. Oh, wow. This is a guy who's been clean living, opening doors for people at the shopping mall and Walmart, Target. I mean, that's how you do it. That is how you do it right there. All right. Who might we have here? Well, I see Darren Bloomquist and Dakota Vostry, Roger Taylor, and Tommy Barnwell, and Zach Andreessen, and Brandon Cryer, and Ryan Powers, and Brian Thompson. Why is that, everybody? Because they move one pair to the right after every game. So moving in on the bottom right of your screen, we got Brian Tippett with Matt Hibbard, Brendan Stramick, Cody Schmidt, and some new players coming in. Lucas Perdue, Brandon Hall, Chris Ray, and Jake Goodell. want to give a shout out to a couple folks ordering on our website here this morning. Appreciate the appreciate you guys supporting what we do here. And quite a few orders come over. Thank you so much. Oh, hey, we got scores. We got scores being entered into the spreadsheet here. I'm pretty pumped about it. Looks like they're all in. So Zach Andreessen bowled 212, and that got him 21 bonus pins. Just to give you an idea, out of 48 possible. 1736 is his total. Brandon Cryer bowled 233. That was good for 36 bonus pins. Lucas Hersrud bowled 246. That was good for 44 bonus pins. He's third at 1698. He's 38 back of the lead. Ryan Powers had 243. That was good for 42 bonus pins. Victor Cortez Jr. had 238. That was good for 41 bonus pins. Cam Crow had 246. That was good for 44 bonus pins. Adam Morse was high in the building with 267. 48 bonus pins. He's at 1666 now. Brian Thompson's 196, only got him 13 bonus pins. He drops to 8th. That's how quick it can move here, everybody. Quentin Bolin got 41 bonus pins for bowling 238. He's in 9th now. Brendan Ceramic also with 267. They both get the 48 bonus pins. All ties get the highest number of bonus pins. So he goes all the way to 12th. Brendan Ceramic goes from, he qualified in, I got it right here. Brendan Ceramic was on the 44th. He goes from 44th to 12th in one game. That's pretty incredible. So that standing sheet is available in the link that I have at the top of the chat. No, Big Bull. Kyle Kroll is not Bug Kroll. Bug Kroll canceled on Wednesday, I think it was, and decided to go bowl a different event. So we had him as the cover boy here, but didn't realize he wasn't bowling. Morning, Tom. What's up, buddy? We miss you. Thank you. So the low game was 151, Logan Williams. Not to draw attention to Logan, but I just wanted to try to explain how this format can make such a huge difference. Bob Hochran only had 153. He got 2 bonus pins. Jake Bedard had 166 and got 3 bonus pins. Seth Techtmeyer had 168 and got 4 bonus pins. 171 gets you 5 bonus pins for Justin Stewart. Spencer Worthman bowled 176 and gets 6 bonus pins. Dave Dentlinger bowled 179, only got 7 bonus pins. 203 earned you 18 bonus pins. 208 got you 20 bonus pins. 227 gets you 32 bonus pins. 221 gets you 27 bonus pins in game 1. 222 gets you 29 bonus pins. 258 will get you 46. Who had 47 bonus pins? That's what I'm looking for. Oh, I don't think there was 47, actually. No 47. Because we had 248s. Yep. So there you have it. You bowl 240s or 250s, you're getting some bonus pins. You're getting a bunch of bonus pins. 246 got you 44 bonus pins. 231 will get you 35 bonus pins. Yeah. You bowl 230 every game, you're in good shape. Justin, my thumbnail skills have gone worse for me. I had Packy Hanrahan on the cover of the Nightmare Doubles a couple years ago, and he didn't bowl either. Yeah, Kyle, what up? There's a shout out for you. Thanks for being here. But game one, Brendan Stramick, we saw him bowl 267, and he gets a 48 bonus pins, and like I said, goes from 44th to 12th in one game. He's on the bottom right of your screen right now. He started with spare double. Again, this lane pattern has been used the last couple of years. It's 37 feet in length, about 26 milliliters of oil. Big boy Jerry Stensland here in the chat, just randomly throwing something out there. Storm should use the Tri-Sphere core and another line of balls. The Optimus series was a good series. Hey, you know what? Here's what you do, big boy Jerry. Instead of just putting it out in the universe right here into our chat room, I'm sure Storm Bowling has some sort of feedback area on their website. Go put it in over there. Tell them that you think they need to do this. All bowling ball companies will listen to you. Doesn't mean they're going to do it, but hey, get it in there. Another notable here for you guys, we are going to change the stepladder pair from what it normally is due to me and my television setup here. I need a table that's centered behind the gutter cap, and 13 and 14 is not conducive to that with my stage right here. Otherwise, it'll be earthquaking like crazy. So I think we're moving to 15 and 16. I think that's going to be the stepladder pair this year. Dakota, strike, spare, triple. Will we see any 300s today? Just not sure. Thanks, Psycho, in the chat. Bowler Dan says, I need the bowling ball companies to lower their prices. Maybe they will listen to me. It starts deeper beyond that. What you should do is you should find out who their chemical suppliers are and their box suppliers, and contact FedEx and UPS and the United States Postal Service and tell all those companies they need to lower their prices because you want your bowling balls to cost less. The reason why bowling balls go up in price is because everything else goes up in price to make the bowling balls, get them to people. From what I understand, this is not take it or leave it. But I believe the cost to make bowling balls have gone up at more of a rapid rate than the inflation on the bowling balls themselves. So the people that are feeling the squeeze more than the consumer are the bowling ball companies, the distributors, and the pro shops. They are all receiving less margin because they don't want to shock the bowling world and take prices up even more. I truly believe that. The margins in bowling balls are not great. We sell bowling balls on our website, guys, and they're all protected by MAP pricing. Thank you. And we can't change the price of them because everybody's got to charge the same. And I'm just telling you right now, when you offer free shipping on a bowling ball, even though the overall price is more, by the time you back out a 3% credit card fee and you ship it to the customer for free, like a $14 or $15 shipping charge, your margins on bowling balls are less than 15%. I sell you a bowling ball on Inside Bowling, I might make 20 bucks. Maybe. I'd rather sell you 2 t-shirts, honestly. So anyway, there's a little inside the bowling business for you. It's not great. These pro shop operators out there that are doing a service for you, trying to keep the lights on and pay the rent and pay the employees and the help. There's not a lot. It's not a 500% markup or anything crazy like that. Like a glow stick. You ever go to those fairs? Those guys will walk around, come up to your kids. Would you like a glow stick for $6? They bought that thing for 80 cents. Just letting you know. Do I dare talk about the right pair like I did in game 1? Oh, my bad. There is an open. My bad. Brandon has an open to start things out. Mr. Cryer starts with an open. It's the St. Louis USBC Hall of Fame induction. That's what it is. St. Louis USBC. But thank you. Kevin Vostri is watching today while on a jet ski out in the Gulf of Mexico. Well, now that's interesting. Do I need to talk louder? Because you're probably hearing, right? That's hilarious. That's funny. Enjoy your jet ski today. Appreciate the support over the years too, Kevin. I know you've always looked out for me, man. I appreciate you. Barnwell, bowling well. 6 in a row. Who's got to look at 48 bonus pins this game around me? I got a bunch of 270s still left out there. Tell you what, the temperature in the bowling center is perfect right now too. Towards the end of the day yesterday, it was just cold. Man. It's good right now, which means the bowlers are probably hot. We need to get the Pride logo back from Motor. Don't we have a Pride shirt? Thought we did. Let me know if that's not the correct shirt. Billy, let me know. Because I swear that's the Pride, but maybe not. Maybe I'm losing my mind. Very possible. Definitely losing it. So let's take a look at Tommy Barnwell here in the standings. He finished out with 230 the last game, which was a nice, a really nice finish to that game. Got 35 bonus pins. He's up to 32nd. Tommy came into the day in 46th. So Tommy up to 32nd. Now he's got 7-bagger. He's on the move. These lanes are going to transition like 3 times today. Oh, we don't have it in the category properly? I can fix that. Let me see what's up. Pride. Pride. Motive Pride. It's in the men's Motive Bowling collection. Johnny Davis has the front 9 on 27 and 28, everybody. He's looking for 48 bonus pins. That is bizarre that it's not on there. I'm looking at the product right now. Fixed, bud. Fixed. I just fixed your Motive Pride shirt. It now appears in the Motive collection. Thanks for the help on that. You want to be our website auditor? Be wonderful. Brad Miller did not make the cut yesterday. He fell short about 50 pins. Mike Yaw or Jacob Kraft make the cut? No to either. And the standings are available at the top of the chat there. Standings link. Tommy Barnwell, though, he's making a move here today. Making a big, big move. Ceramic was the big mover in game one. Again, if you're just tuning in, 2024 11thframe.com open. My name is Mike Flanagan from Inside Bowling. We've got 12 games for you here today with 48 bonus pins going to the high game in the building and 1 bonus pin going to the lowest game in the building. And everyone that falls between will be getting bonus pins accordingly based off of their ranking per game. Congrats on the Hall of Fame, DeBeard 1. Barnwell looking for the 11-bagger 278. He's got to be feeling pretty good this morning. He's been able to finish some games. Last game was just kind of hanging in there after 5 or 6 frames. Takes it off the sheet for 230. Ceramic looking to be in the 240s here. Had a monster game here for Brian Tippett, has 279. This guy bowls unbelievable just left of the booth. Spare, 10-bagger. Nice 245 there for Brandon Cryer. Nice bounce back. $259 left for Ryan Powers. 279 for Johnny Davis, left to 10 pin. So 279 right now is going to get 48 bonus pins, and we know 2 people that have bowled 279, and that's Brian Tippett and Johnny Davis. Ceramic finishes with 243. Barnwell would get 46 bonus pins. I'm starting to get the hang of this format. He bowls 278, assuming we have no 280s or anything here in the building. You really don't want to bowl under 210. I do know that. I do see a 148 posted up on the board. That's a rough game there. Again, everybody moves 1 pair to the right, so we'll see 3 of the same groupings, and we'll bring in a new grouping here. We'll say goodbye to our leaders as they continue to move to the high end of the building, and we will see them towards the end of the block here today. Barnwell's been waiting on a rack here for a little bit. So a little delay in the action here. .257. Over on lane 10 for Brendan Hull. Tommy finally going to finish out. Will it be 278? Yes, it will. And that's going to put a ribbon and a bow on game number 2. We head into game 3. We have some new players that are going to be coming in here. And who we're going to have moving in is Alexis Runk, Jake Bedard, Garrett Meadows, and Andrew Blaney. Yeah, Ryan, I agree. New Mexico Open going on this weekend on Bowlstream TV. Our friend Emil Williams Jr. on YouTube streaming that one. Very, very low scoring, but there is one gentleman that didn't seem to have any problem, and that's J.D. Nance. He's absolutely destroying them at the New Mexico Open. So there we have. We've got our new folks coming in, as I mentioned. Bedard, Runk, Alexis, Garrett Meadows, Andrew Blaney. All right, looks like all the standings are in after game 2. And I think I'm going to try something here. Do a screen capture. Do a window configuration of Google Chrome. And let's crop this in a little bit. Okay, everyone, if you access the sheet that's available on the link I have pinned, this is what you will see. So there it is. Brandon Cryer, your leader at 2014. Ryan Powers, 1997. Cameron Crowe, 1964. Adam Morse, 1960. Lucas Hersrud, 1931. Zach Andreessen, 1922. Johnny Davis, 1907. Victor Cortez Jr. at 1904. Brady Stearns at 1900. And you can see how everybody else shakes out there. So Ryan Powers, 243, 258, gets 42 and 44 bonus pins. Brandon Cryer, 233, 245, gets 36 bonus pins both times. Adam Morsebold, 255 the second game, only got 39 bonus pins. You see the Johnny Davis 279 there, gets him up to 7th with the 48 bonus pins. And if we scroll down here, I'm looking for the other high games. Notice they're in red. Brian Tippett, 279 as well, as I reported. Logan Williams with 267 after 151 the first game. Wow, what a bounce back. Century Award winner there. So there you go. There's your standings. They're all available on the spreadsheet that's provided in our standings tab. See you shortly, Jeff. What up? I haven't seen this guy in a long time. I'll be right back. Blast from the past came by, everybody. Antonio Medina, if you remember Antonio Medina, bowled a lot of these live stream events. Nice cover there on the 3, 6, 7, 10 there, by the way. I'm going to move over to our other pairs, I should say, because Brendan Ceramic is still bowling well. currently 12th, bowl 267, 243, and he's perfect through 6 frames so far. Brendan now has the front 7. Front 7. Again, he started the day in 44th. I should have that memorized by now. So again, if you're just tuning in, it's the 11thframe.com Open 2024 edition. And right now we're in a round of 12 here, round 2, game 3 of 12, where the players are all bowling against each other simultaneously, and the high game in the building gets 48 bonus pins, and the lowest game in the building gets 1 bonus pin, and everywhere in between. Tommy Bahama here, Mr. Barnwell. See if he can finish another game. Ceramic front 8 now. He's coming in just another area code today. He's just bowling great. He's got his eye on the prize, focus. His ball rolls really good right now. And I'll tell you what, the field overall is playing the lanes properly. They're all playing them kind of up at them, which is going to make them hold up throughout most of the day. Right now, your top 5. Brandon Cryer leads. Ryan Powers 2nd, Cameron Crowe 3rd, Adam Morse 4th, and Lucas Hersrud is 5th. But it's all bunched up. Vostri now with 5 in a row. He's up to 24th after bowling 258, 219 to start his day. The most bonus pins earned so far today, Adam Morse with 87. Bloomquist with a double now. Brian Tippett with a strike. Best he can do is 213 after coming off 279. Brian has earned 64 bonus pins through 2 games today. Ceramic now. All right, front 9, Brendan Ceramic. So he is he's at 1888. Top 5 for the stepladder right now is 1931. If he bowls 3 bills this game, he'll have 148 pins. That's massive. To go to 44th and inside the stepladder in 3 games. Wowza. Hibbard can bowl a pretty big game here too. He's only got 1 non-strike. That was an open in the 3rd frame. All right, beautifully bowled game there by Mr. Hibbard. Matt Hibbard, bowled 191 and got 10 bonus pins, 228, got 31 bonus pins, bowls 266. He's going to be in the 40s on the bonus pins here. He's currently in 36th. He'll be moving up. But let's feast our eyes on Brendan Ceramic. Currently in 12th. 267, 243. Whoa, hook. And it did. A nice recovery. He throws the second one here, and he's going to have 800 for his first 3 games. I know a lot of us, when we bowl a league, if we bowl 800, it's like an amazing accomplishment. And USPC sanctioned there. Brendan Ceramic. Is 110 over through 2 games. So if he bowls 300 this game, that will give him an 8-10 opening series. Vostri in the 10th frame, looking for the spare. Nice conversion there, can bowl 234. Ceramic now on the front 10. That's 11, folks. So he's at 800 right now. He likes how the lanes are breaking down for sure. That one was in. So how about Brendan Stramick with your garden variety 295?
Well, that was something to show up to, and the first shot I see as I sit down is 11-bagger 5.
Yep, joining me in the booth now is Jeff Riggles. Nice to have you here, Jeff.
Good to be here. I'll hang through when a few games like midpoint, and I got a couple things I got to write this afternoon for the stepladder, so Mark London's going to come over and sit in. He's done the Facebook Live that we did of the stepladder with me the last, geez, I can't even count how many years.
Yeah, he was telling me yesterday.
And maybe we'll try a 3-man. I'll be like the sideline reporter maybe and go down and catch the people between matches.
Yeah, we can certainly figure something out, no problem.
That's my first ever 295.
Yeah. Well, you got one more than me. I've had 296. I've never had 295. Not a surprise to hear him say it's his first 295.
No, he's moved from 44th position, Jeff, and he's going to be inside the top 5 now.
Yeah, who really cares about the 5 count other than a little wounded pride perhaps, but the more important thing is the prize money at the top and getting into position for it. So what's going on? I watched like the first 2 games, and then I took a shower and all that.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's playing out to the right. They're breaking them down properly. We don't see too many guys like moving in at all right now. The entire field's doing exactly what you should be doing. And even though it's 1.5 to 1, the scores are really, really high because everybody's smart the way they're bowling.
Traditionally, when we've used this sort of pattern, and this isn't just this tournament, this goes everywhere, when you get from qualifying to the people who are bowling good in the semifinals, cashers round, whatever, match play, scores always go up, usually because people are playing the lanes correctly, quote unquote, air quotes on that. But basically, it's just better bowlers making more consistent shots and the people that hit the pattern, so they're more in tune to it, and that's just a natural thing that's going to happen, I think. I'm more curious, and I've been racking my brains, asked a bunch of people last night while hanging out and then playing a little craps and having a couple beers. I don't get, my story had, it was like 50 over 2 years ago, 30 over last year, 90 over this year. Craig Kisrow on Facebook had an interesting thought that he said, well, you've used the same pattern 3 years in a row. People are getting smarter, bringing balls, that sort of thing. I think it's a stronger field, personally, is the main factor.
Yeah, I mean,
this was a heck of a field this year.
Yeah, I agree. I also heard that they did some maintenance to the lane machine.
Yes, yeah. Bob did tell me that I think they got a new machine, and then they had it tuned up or whatever, and he was just talking about how there was a glitch or two in there, and once they tuned it up, it was just perfect, or what, I don't know, whatever words you would use. It was like a car freshly tuned up or something like that. And, he said it was just running great. So, maybe that's a factor. It's not a big deal. To me, and what I wrote today in my story, the most important thing to me is guys could hook it on the right, guys could go straight on the right. Plastic worked, heavy reactive resin worked, and 5 lefties in the top 29 with 1 in second. To me, that's about as equitable as bowling can get these days. I don't know what we'll see today as everything goes on, but I don't think that anybody of any style could really complain about how things went yesterday. If you did, you need to check yourself.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there were some very good players that didn't quite get their feet in the right spot or matched up with the right ball, and they were close to getting lined up, but they couldn't quite get over the hump. Like 2 players that come into mind is Brad Miller and Eric Pollock.
Yep.
I respect both of those guys a lot.
Me too.
And, neither one of them seemed to ever really get on a 2 or 3 game run.
Yep.
Because, again, I think they just weren't seeing it right. They weren't able to get what some of the others could.
I got a feeling, too, that Brad's mind might not have been totally focused on this tournament. He has one of the biggest weeks of his life coming up in Chicago, in the Chicago area at Tour Trials, and that obviously is immensely more important to his future than this weekend's tournament. And not that he wasn't trying or anything, but no matter how focused you might think you are when you have something as momentous as that in the front of your mind. I had a nice chat with him afterwards, and he was just like, it was me. I didn't quite have it right, and I wasn't in the right, just what you said. I wasn't in the right spot. I didn't see the lane perfectly, that sort of thing. And, and we were talking about the two-handers and all the urethane, and this is the same kind of thing that impacts guys on tour, and he's one-handed, and while he might have been a tweener to power player in my day, he's a knuckler in today's bowling. And so those things happen, and I'm really pulling for him this week at the Tour Trials. He's one of those guys that, without a doubt, has paid his dues. Him and Kyle are a huge positive for the sport in the PBA, and I have some ties with Brad going back. Raytown, Missouri is where the center there, that's I think gone now. It was one of the best centers for me in the PBA regionals. I won 3 times there over the years, and when I was first going there, he was like a little 8-year-old miniature fry little guy bowling the junior pro-ams that we bowled with. I bowled with him many times in that, and got to know him a little bit there. It was pretty cool, and later on you see him out on tour, and of course now I'm 60 and he's not 8 anymore. So I can't wait to see how this week goes in Chicago, and he's a guy that I think it's a great story what those guys do, and I hope he doesn't have to go through those rabbits. He was telling me, though, based on where he's at in points, he didn't make the top 43. I think he said he was 50. It wasn't far off. He's within the 10 spots behind it. He's exempt for the Tournament of Champions because he's a regional champion. He's into the PTQ. He gets to bowl it. His standing is high enough for the U.S. Open and the Masters. Obviously, the Masters is kind of an open field. And I think he's in the Players Championship. So he's going to get to bowl the majors, at least in the PTQ for the TOC. So he could actually fail to get an exemption and still have access to the highest points tournament next year, get hot in a couple of those, and even if he doesn't bowl many of the PTQs or doesn't get out of them, he could still get exempt for the next year just with some huge finishes in those majors where the points are so high. It was an interesting discussion I had with him about everything, and obviously some of it was private, but and you can hear a lot of those thoughts, I'm sure, this week if you follow Kyle and Brad at their YouTube page. He said Kyle was going to be at the Tour Trials, supporting him and obviously doing some content work. So I look forward to following them as well as some of the other guys. What do we have? Packy has a great YouTube page. Packy Hanrahan, Darren Tang. Packy won't obviously be bowling, but I think Darren Tang has to bowl trials.
Yeah, I think so too. We got, as everybody's moving one pair to the right, we've got some new players coming in over here on lanes 9 and 10. Brandon Runk is letter A. Letter B is Justin Stewart. Letter C is Seth Techtmeyer. And letter D is Spencer Worthman. And, of course, we still got Blaney Meadows, Jake Bedard, and Brandon's wife, Alexis, over on lanes 11 and 12. Bottom right of your screen, we've still got the same groupings as well. We've got Lucas Perdue with Brendan Hall, Chris Ray, Jace Goodell. Then next door, Cody Schmidt, Brian Tippett, Matt Hibbard, Brendan Stramick. I'm going to go check our spreadsheet as it's getting updated right now in real time.
That's pretty cool how they conceived of this. Remember when we first started using this, and I think it was Jennifer that created this, and how excited she was. She goes, "You got to see what I got." And once demonstrated, it was like, wow, this is fantastic. Because one of the things I thought of when we decided, hey, let's try this pattern, I was like, oh, how are we going to keep, because you got to keep the scores.
Right, yep.
You know, you can't fall 3 games behind as you're trying to figure out all the points and all that. And people want to know where they are, and then you have to figure out before get into the step ladder. People got to know what position am I in, how far out am I. And it's a brilliant little Google Doc.
So it looks like all those scores are in, just waiting to be sorted.
Yep. And then boom.
Ceramic looks like he did have the high game with 295. So he opens with 805 to start his day. 753 for Brendan Hull. Those are the top 2 scores that I see. 736 from Cam Crow. 747 from Johnny Davis. Chad Moss opening with 725. 719 for Tommy Barnwell. So a lot of the good scores have actually been right through this area from players that qualified in towards the bottom of the standings. Looks like they are now updated. Brandon Cryer, here, let's do this. This is available for all of you to see on our link, but here are our standings. Brandon Cryer at 22.57, Ryan Powers at 22.42, Cam Crow at 22.36. Fourth is Lucas Hersrud at 22.34. Fifth right now, Brendan Ceramic gets to the show in 3 games, coming from 44th all the way up to 5th, 22.31. Zach Andreessen, nice 239 bounce back the last game after 179 at 22.01. Johnny Davis is at 21.97. Chad Moss, as I mentioned, at 21.86. Brendan Hull at 21.84. And 10th right now, Victor Cortez Jr. at 21.60.
You just see, looking over at the qualifying spots, they bowled 3 games, and 3 guys that were in the 40s are up to the top 13.
Yeah,
it's just amazing with this format how you can go up and down. So you can look down, like Brian Thompson has fallen from 3rd to 19th, but that's a big deal. Obviously, you don't want to do that, but there's 9 more games left. He could be 19th with 3 to go and shoot 800 and go back up to the top 5. It's a fun format to watch and bowl in. Actually, I've made the cut, I think, twice in my years when I was still bowling in this.
Welcome in all of our viewers. 371. Mike and Jeff here bringing you the action in game number 4.
Ooh, Andy Bulow there with something. Isn't Cherry using a different oil than the last couple of years? Well, I was not told that by Bob, but I didn't specifically ask him either. He was talking about the lane machine. Heck, he might have said it, and I was focused on lane machine talk and listening to that I may have missed.
I mean,
I'll have to ask him.
I don't know. This is from June of 22.
Yeah, that was Connect. I know we did Connect both the last 2 years, and I was just thinking it was Connect still this year, but it might not have been. I'll have to ask him. I'm hoping he survives today.
Yeah, how's old Bobby doing to start here?
He said he missed 4 10 pins. He was having trouble getting out of the ball. And then he had 3 solid 9s in the second game. So, but I mean, even if he was 20 years old, if you don't touch a ball from like late April, early May, and then in August you try to bowl 18 games in 2 days, I don't care how old you are. That's gonna smart. I'm almost wishing if Zach is able to hang on and stay in the top 5 that we wouldn't have a re-oil before because he's probably going to be throwing the plastic ball by then.
Yep. Do they oil for the step ladder?
Yes, it's fresh. Did you? Has it been decided what pair is going to work?
I think we're going to do 15 and 16.
Okay.
And Joe, of course, did say, well, we got Jeff's banner up there on 13. And I'm like, yeah, I know. I said, I also have 11thframe.com right in the middle of the screen, and I'm mentioning it like a million times. Everybody should go subscribe. Like,
no worries whatsoever.
I think we've got some signage up for 11th frame.
Yeah, we're all good with that. That's.
What's up? There's an error.
Oh.
Okay. Zach Andreessen had 269. It's updated online, so that does change the standings just a little bit. So I'll pop them. Well, maybe I will. Window configure. Oh. Would be helpful if I did that.
Anybody who thinks you just set up a couple cameras and plug in a few cords and you got a live stream should just be watching all that you're doing. Right? No, thank you. I'll write.
So there we go. Andreessen actually in 3rd.
Oh,
I love this Andrew Blaney. This kid's awesome.
that wasn't a bad little messenger.
No, not at all. He's got a great attitude, too. Always comes up, says hello, goodbye. Met his family out on the road. I don't remember if it was Junior Gold or maybe Billy Gasson's event. I can't remember where the first time I started seeing those guys. Might have been team trials, too. I can't remember, but great family.
Are you going to be at team trials this year?
Probably not.
Probably not. You'll probably be players or something like that in the first month.
I don't know. I really.
Not to put you on the spot.
No, I'm kind of month to month. I don't know. Those guys know where I'm at, what I'm available to do. They know I've got a lot of other things going on too, and I think ideally they're looking for people that want to be all in with them, right, and not have a bunch of other things going on. And I don't want to travel that much.
I hear you.
And just long term, I kind of compare myself to Mike Fagan a little bit, right? I'm kind of in a situation where Fagan was bowling good on tour, and a lot of people are like, why would he do something else now? Because he was thinking about, well, in 10 years, where's my game going to be at?
Yep.
And then what's my future look like, right? It's good right now, but so when it comes to live streaming, when I'm 54 years old, which is in 10 years, do I still want to be on the road 190 to 220 days a year, down on my hands and knees, putting gaff tape down and, working all those events, and how long can I do it? Can I do it at 58? Can I do it at 59? Can I do it from 60 to 65, right? And then, what's the retirement plan look like from there and all that? And it just doesn't really add up. Even though right now I feel like I can still do it every week. But I have to set up some other things that will be easier to manage as I get older in my own personal life, making an income and a living. And now that I moved back to St. Louis, I like spending more time around people I'm related to and friends and stuff. So if we could teleport.
Yeah, I was just going to say that. You sound just like me. And that's the one thing I've always said, too, in the recent years. All those years, Susie and I will be driving somewhere, and I drove to Vegas this year, and we drove to Florida, the house down there once, and I was like, God, I hate this. And to think all those trips I took, tour for a couple of years, and then 20 years of regionals, 25 or whatever weeks a year, many of them 6-7 hours, and I never really thought twice about it. and now I can't stand it to drive more than 2 hours, and oof. So I hear you that people don't understand. If you've never done a job where it requires pretty much constant travel, that wears on you. Plus, if you got somebody at home, kids, wife, husband, you're away all the time, that's a big strain. So I think everybody understands. So what's this stuff I hear, Mr. Hall of Famer? Why has this not been publicized? How did I not know about this?
Yeah, so I've kind of soft told my audience here. I mentioned something on Bowl TV the day that I got the call. Dave Lamont and I were in the booth. But the St. Louis USBC has not posted on their Facebook page yet who the Hall of Famers are.
Okay.
And I'm kind of waiting to share their post.
All right, understand.
You know what I mean? I got my letter in the mail last week from them.
All right.
And so, obviously, I'm not keeping it totally under wraps. I've got the letter in the mail. I have my own platforms. I talk to my audience. I like to tell people what's going on in my life. And that is something that's going on in my life that's pretty cool. So, I've let some folks know. But my official Facebook status update, if that even means anything anymore, will be when they post about it.
Okay, cool.
And I'm a little shocked they haven't. I've actually checked their page a few times to see what's going on. But when they do, I'll share it.
So, when does this ceremony take place? What part of the year?
It's October 17th, I believe. Whatever that weekend is.
Oh, I'll be in Vegas that weekend. I'll toast 25 or 30 a day to you.
There you go. There you go. Yeah, it's kind of wild.
Boom.
When you think of Hall of Fame, I think of major sports Hall of Fames, and it means your career's over. Being 44 going into a Hall of Fame is kind of interesting, and it's wild. Obviously it's not for my bowling accomplishments, but when I was a kid, I always thought, man, it'd be great to get in the Hall of Fame for my bowling accomplishments. But to get in for meritorial service is pretty wild to think about that.
Yeah, well deserved.
It's also kind of weird too, and I'm going to have to talk about this in my speech, that I kind of, built something in St. Louis and then left.
Yep.
I kind of deserted the city for a period of years, so to even be voted in based off of just a few events a year that I'm involved there, now that I've moved back, it's great. I don't know what my involvement's going to be moving forward in growing bowling in St. Louis. I have no clue. But I'll make myself available to folks that want to reach out. But most of the stuff I've done is more on the national level. I walk into an event like last weekend, the Springfield Doubles, and the people that are coming up to me, running up to me, giving me hugs and stuff are people like Kyle Troop and Kevin Williams and Zach Wilkins and these national guys. And there's folks there from St. Louis that I've known for a long time, and it's in passing, hey, what's up, Mike? It's like, it's just, my whole world has completely changed. It's really kind of weird. Like, you go out of town to a PBA event and you get a text from Parker Bone, hey, you want to join us for dinner tonight? It's like, it's just a odd thing that has happened over the years.
Yep. I've always said that the greatest thing that I have gotten out of bowling is not the stuff I've won or the Hall of Fames or anything. It's all the people that I've got to know, fabulous people, friends I've made that without bowling I would never have made. You're an example. I'm so darn busy, I rarely get time to do as much as I want with the friends that I have. And that's one thing I'm really looking forward to in retirement, is getting out a bit more and seeing people more, being live at tournaments, and having that time. When I retire from my newspaper job, I'll keep 11th frame going tentatively at least till 70. Health is going to be obviously a big factor.
Well, we hope you can do it for a long, long time. Garrett Meadows here. It's on the front six.
Yeah, last night at the end of qualifying, we had to keep score down there, and a couple of pairs had a little glitch with the computer. So Joe and I were keeping score for 5 and 6 and 7 and 8 at the end of the night last night, and I got to watch Garrett. He came down on my pair for one game or one of the two pairs, and I was struck by how, I know how good a bowler he is, but I was struck about how great his roll was matching up with this pattern. He's got that real heavy end-over-end roll. It's strong enough to hook the lane more, but it's so got the end-over-end motion that he's got almost like the perfect matchup to control the pattern while hooking it. It's really interesting. His roll is so heavy and strong. I mean, look at he's a big guy. Look at that right arm. I mean, he's not throwing a 14-pounder like me. And I believe that must be Pink Widow urethane, I'm sure.
Yep.
And he was using reactive at the end of the night last night. And he's up on lane 11 right now, which traditionally 11 and 12 here is kind of a tricky pair, but we might be seeing, boom, look at that. His ball tilts. I mean, he can make that urethane hook quite a bit, but yet his heavy roll, and being that it's urethane, just gives him great control. So I knew last night, I was thinking to myself, I wouldn't be surprised to see him in the top 5.
Yeah, and he's currently 16th. Came in 33rd, so he's moving his way right on up.
Yep, and when he shoots 270 or something here, he'll move up even more.
Speaking of 270s here, Matt Hibbard, I just wanted to move over here for a second. He had the front 8, and now is 279 if he can finish this game out here as well.
And he had to strike. He struck in the 9th and the first one in the 10th last night in the last game to just get in the cut. I think he needed the double, but he needed that first hit in the 10th. If he didn't get that, he wouldn't be bowling today.
So Hibbert is going to get into the 270s.
And he's a pickup now. I didn't know if you knew. He's on the team with Barris and Moss and those guys now.
Oh, really?
Yeah. They keep jettisoning old guys and picking up young studs. Someday they'll be the old guys and they'll get jettisoned, but it's the way of the world. One of the better young players in Wisconsin, and he also has a brother who's a good player.
Billy, right?
Yep, Billy. Matt's got just one of those for about as good a release as you can have as a one-hander. Garrett is what we call a deliberate player, I would say. I was like, Leroy Bornhop's here. Oh, he gets the messenger for number 9. See, we're going to have a little illustration of your format here. Imagine if Garrett was bowling Billy in match play, and one of them wasn't going to get 30 bonus pins.
Exactly.
This way, it'll be, depending how other guys are doing, 48 for one, 47 for the other. Not really a big deal.
Oh, look at that messenger again. Whoop.
Oh my.
Look at that comeback.
I kind of thought that one was 0.
I don't know the characteristics of this center anymore. It's been over a decade since I've been here. But I haven't seen really any bowling balls fall in the red board. So when you talk about your scoring pace, I can't speak to prior years, but this year, it's really hard to throw it in the gutter.
Yep.
There's a lot of hook off the gutter, man.
Yep. Yeah, definitely. It's very similar to Cheetah or, one of those short patterns the tour has used.
But I mean, even like topography, because sometimes you can get into a center where the panel is screwed down,
and it'll drop off.
Yeah, it'll drop off or just sit there and hang. Not here. Not here.
So this place opened up.
Was 2008.
Yeah, it was 8. And we came down here, Kenny Duffield and Chris Pounder, some of the Madison guys. We came down and we just looked at the center. We didn't bowl. We came and gambled and that and then went home. And the first time tournaments and stuff I started bowling here, I knew right away. I said, whoa. I mean, they were huge scoring right away. I said, this place must have fabulous topography. And I'm sure it does. I've never seen a lane map of it or anything, but outside patterns always play well here. I mean, we really couldn't have this. If you couldn't have this tournament in a place with horrible outside topography. Correct. It would be a disaster. And we've got to have a pattern that plays out. It's just mandatory, because the one year we didn't was, as I talked about yesterday, people were lofting the gutter caps at, 6 games into Sunday, and we're going 12. And that's really tough. And that was before two-handers were as prevalent as they are today. So if we did that pattern, oh my God, I can't even imagine.
The only thing I would do differently is develop a pattern that plays out that also has a lot of oil in the middle. So when the guys that like to boom it get in, if they gas it, it's not getting back.
Yeah, and we kind of had that when we were using the derivative of the 2015 U.S. Open pattern.
Yeah.
But we just had too much lefty-righty equity issues with that.
Makes sense. Well, no 300 here with that 10 pin. Well, we can have a tie with 279. Oh, then he misses it.
So is that, what did you call it yesterday? A St. Louis
267.
Man, and they're going to take your Hall of Fame away from you.
Oh, no, I've been saying this for years. Well, the lanes were so easy in St. Louis for so long that, all the scores came out of there, and it's because they were just making them easier and easier and easier and easier and easier. And people didn't have to throw at spares in St. Louis, so that's what you do. You throw 11 strikes in a game, and you leave a single pin, you miss it. St. Louis 267. I thought it was just a local thing that we came up with, but then one time I was in the booth with Hess, and I said, you know what 267 is? I bowled like that, don't you, Tom? And I was waiting for him to say, no, I have no idea, Mike. He goes, that's a St. Louis 267. I said, yes, it is. I'm like, this is a national thing, if you know about it.
And that isn't even the best St. Louis thing for bowling. The all-time greatest is Steve Orff, the second arrow burglar.
Yeah.
Coming up with that, because I don't know, he was telling me some story about some tournament, and he said, and this guy was such a second arrow burglar. And I'm like, wait, what? He said, a second arrow burglar. I go, what's that? He goes, the guy that never moves off the 10 board, no matter what happens to the lanes. The second arrow burglar. So, of course, I co-opted that and used it all the time. And I even turned it, a little insider here, our team's bowling a Wisconsin State tournament one year, and Mark McDowell's bowling with Mike Walters for doubles. And they're crushing him, got a chance to win, and Mark keeps going on and ends up with like 780 or whatever. And Wally had 2 good first games and like late in the second game, obviously they're transitioning, he would not move off 15. And he shoots like 180 the last game. And so we called him, and we're like, why didn't you move? I don't know. I thought I could just kind of firm up a little. So immediately I started calling him the third arrow burglar.
Yeah, nice.
And he was the third arrow burglar forever, has been forever. But that second arrow burglar, I almost peed my pants. I was laughing so hard at it. And that's such a St. Louis thing, too, because the lanes are so easy there. There's, not that there aren't second arrow burglars everywhere, but no doubt there's plenty of them there.
Speaking of second arrow burgling, right there, Alexis Runk just threw on over 10, but she gave it some swing room, got it out to about 5.
That's a nice little save there after
it is.
At least one pocket 7-10 and a whiff 10. And
she's a solid bowler.
Yes, very much. I mean, you make the cut, as a woman in today's bowling, to me, it's in tournaments like this, it's almost more impressive than it was, say, 20 years ago, because of the two-handers and the rev rates and the urethane and what it does to the lanes. I mean, it's more power to her, and many women. Obviously, McCarthy made it a couple years ago, Aaron. But it, to me, and it goes the same. It's not necessarily a gender thing. It's harder for me to bowl, and obviously I'm not very good anymore at 62 and physically messed up. But it's harder for a bowler like Brad, as an example. It's harder for him to bowl now than if he was at his level 20 years ago, just because the lanes are so much more impacted and change so much more over the course of a day.
Because there's no bowling, I'm going to bring it into the booth for just a second. Mike and Jeff here with you. Glad you're with us watching the 11thframe.com Open. Jeff, you donate so much of your time to this 11thframe.com. You've been doing it forever. Went to your own website a little over a decade ago. And what can viewers, if they want to subscribe to your website, what do they get?
Well, hopefully they get the only real journalism covering the sport of bowling on a regular basis, on a daily basis. I'm utterly independent. I make my living off of a newspaper in Madison that doesn't have interest in bowling, and all I have to do, they let me do it. Let me do 11thframe.com. I just have to follow basically the same ethics policy that we have, the strong one at the paper. So I do stories that no one else will touch, many of them. You just won't see them elsewhere because pretty much everything else out there is PR. Sadly, the day was when I started, there were all the major newspapers in this country pretty much had a bowling writer. John Archibald in St. Louis was one of the famous ones. Dick Evans in Miami, Matt Fiorito in Detroit. There were all these guys, and there I was starting out in Little Madison as a bowling columnist. And these were guys that were full-time reporters covering bowling at newspaper. It was an incredible era, and that has all gone away. There's still papers that have like occasional bowling columnist type things, but someone dedicated to covering the sport doesn't exist. And that was one of the things I wanted to bring back when I started 11thframe.com, is a little more of the journalistic coverage that once existed and is pretty much gone. Bowler's Journal was sort of that way, and then kind of got co-opted as their subscriptions began being based on USBC's buying the Bowler's Journal championships. And then, of course, USBC just straight out bought them. So they're just PR now for USBC. And there are people that do write stuff. We've had this year the Anthony Simonson story. Let's see, I get this right. Anthony's story was in GQ. And then the Rolling Stone had the Bolero story. Was that it? I worked with both those guys, and I always get those two stories, which publication they were in. Those are two real journalists who wrote fantastic pieces of journalism for those publications, but they're not people who cover the sport every day. And I try to bring stories and coverage that you can't get anywhere else, that on real stuff that isn't PR and that you can trust is the facts and the truth.
Got some new players coming in here, lanes 9 and 10. We've got, looks like Johnny Davis, Logan Williams, Paul Bober, and Brian Roth. That's who we have here in this game. We watched Paul Bober miss a 10-pin last night.
He stuck there, it looked like.
On like the front 8. So now he's missed a couple 10-pins on our stream that I've just noticed. And right next door, again, we still got Brandon Runk, Justin Stewart, Seth Techmeyer, Spencer Worthman. Then on the bottom right, Blaney Meadows, Bedard, and Alexis Runk. And then also, looks like we got, who do we still have over there? Jace Goodell, Chris Ray, Brendan Hall, and Lucas Perdue. We'll have standings for you after Game 4 here in just a moment. Mike and Jeff here are bringing you the action. Jeff, if you don't mind, I'm going to stretch my legs for about 3 frames.
All right.
So you can hold down the fort here.
There won't be any technical wizardry while Mike's gone.
There's your.
I'll just chat.
There's your chat room right there if you want to interact with anybody. And we are in Game 5, and we've got the new players coming in, and we've got the groups we've been seeing as they move one pair to the right over on the bottom right. And we're still waiting for players to come over on 7 and 8 as well, so they'll be making the flip. But I'm going to step away for just a minute.
All right. Andy Bulow followed up there. they were using the oil from Brunswick that could no longer be used because of the EPA findings. I could be wrong there, and I must confess that I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm a transparent guy, and you know, that sort of stuff is not something I've ever heard. Very interesting. I know that. Let's see. How did it? I know we used Connect the last 2 years, and I think that's. I thought we used Connect the last 2 years. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe we used Connect 2 years ago, and used something else last year. I would need to get Bob on that, and he's bowling, so I'm not going to go bug him. If he comes back around here later in the day, maybe I'll corner him. Maybe when Mark London takes over in the booth. But that's interesting. I did not know that about New Brunswick oil. All the companies make. I mean, this is one of those things that fascinates me compared to when I was growing up. It just so. I mean, there were not oils like that. You know, all these different kinds and all these additives and all this stuff. I did lanes when I was a teenager with a roto buff. Let's see, first it was a Century machine and then a roto buff. You know, pushing buttons and attaching pads to the roto buff and that sort of thing. And we just used I don't think we ever changed oils all that time. And now, boy, there's so many different oils and they react so differently. It's pretty fascinating. I guess that would probably be a good story for me to delve into. All right, there's a question. How do I think the Badgers are going to do this year? You know, it's interesting, and if you're not a Badger fan, you're not going to care a whit about this, but there's a little bigger applications here. Just all the changes in college sports and how they'll impact bowling, too, depending how all this Smith case finally settles. And I guess that hasn't really been decided yet with players getting paid. It'll impact women's NCAA bowling. It'll impact the NAIA bowling. It has both men and women. So that's something I've been covering some and look forward to more. But on the Badgers, I was down at the eating yesterday downstairs here at the casino, at the Filament, great beer lineup and good food, and pulled my old FanDuel app out and wasn't sure what the Badgers over-under wins were. 6.5. And it's very interesting because the Big Ten obviously is 18 teams now, and I know. I mean, our paper is the #1 thing for covering Badgers. I work for the Wisconsin State Journal in Madison. We are the paper of record, as you might say, for Wisconsin Badger sports. We have 5 people total, I think, devoted to Badger sports, 5 or 6. Football being the primary one, and so I'm always reading our stuff, and we're dialed in. And the interesting thing about the Badgers is they could be a much better team this year under Luke Fickell. They'll have a lot less of the square pegs fitting into round holes, and that would mean, Paul Chris players recruited for a totally different system, trying to fit into Fickell's and Phil Longo's system. I think that was a big part of their problem last year. There's a lot of excitement around the Badgers this year. Tyler Van Dyke, who's had, 50 starts or whatever with the Miami Hurricanes and very well might end up in the NFL after this year. He's their starting quarterback, and they've got a lot of good transfers. There's a lot of excitement, but that 6.5 wins might be legit because the Badgers play Alabama September 14th in the preseason. That'll be a fun game. The first year without Nick Saban down there. Hopefully they'll slow tide. I'm a Wisconsin graduate, for those who don't know. And then, of course, you get into the Big Ten, and, Nebraska's got the big recruit at quarterback. They could be a lot better. Iowa's there. Minnesota's always a rivalry. And then you've got USC. They're playing in Oregon and Penn State. The one break they have this year is they don't have Ohio State on the schedule. But I was going through the schedule, and I was hard-pressed to feel confident in more than 7 wins. And so I think they could be a better team and basically have the same record or even a little worse this year. And then they've got a big, really good recruiting class by the rating services, whatever weight you give to them. I think Fickell has a proven track record with what he did with Cincinnati, and I have every expectation that they're going to be a playoff contending team in the next 2 or 3 years. The wild card, of course, being what's going to happen with our system in college sports. How will that work? Will there be a salary cap involved in that? A lot of this has not been worked out yet, as that case is in settlement talks that the judge has to approve, and there could be lawsuits on how they do the settlement. Who knows? But eventually we're going to shake out into some sort of controlled system, and I'm hoping for the benefit of college sports that there will be some sort of salary caps, as you would say, that more like football, where the Green Bay Packers and Kansas City Chiefs can contend, rather than baseball, where you have dominance from the big markets. So I'll get off my college sports and back to bowling here. But yeah, we're a lot of excitement in Madison. Just to have, I think they could not have a better record, but be a much better team to watch this year. You know, I watch sports for entertainment, and I'm not into the wins and losses so much. My favorite Packer game of all time remains the loss in the NFC Championship game in 2014 to Seattle, because I think that's the most amazing football game I've seen in my life. And I actually watched it in the sports bar here at the Diamond Joe. We bowled a tournament that day and stuck around and watched it. The meltdown in Seattle for the Packers. So we are in game 6, I believe, or is this 5? No, this is my standing sheet here. But we're bowling 12 today. And again, if somebody's just tuning in, we have the quote-unquote Flanagan format, as I called it, Mike's idea. Every game, there's 48 players bowling, and the high score every game gets 48 bonus pins. Second high score, 47, third, 46, all the way down to the lowest score gets 1 point. So the movement in the standings can be very, very dramatic. And we've already seen that with, let's see, most notably, Brendan shooting 805, Brendan Framick shooting 805 and going from 44th to 5th in the first 3 games. Barely made the cut by just a few pins. 805 the first 3 with 129 bonus pins out of a possible 144 in those 3 games. And he shoots up the board to 5th. So this is one of those that if you're even in the top, I mean, it can spread out differently, but usually if you're still in the top 20, 15 or 20 with 3 games to go, you theoretically can make it. You shoot like an 805 the last 3 with all those bonus pins, you're gaining 300 pins in those 3 games, and you can just shoot up the standings. Ah, yes, Roy Peterson oiled with a bug sprayer. Rich Weber was oiling in the Midwest PBA, in the Midwest region of the PBA, with a bug sprayer in the 1990s. I loved that bug sprayer. Little known fact, you could move lanes, watch left-hander ball reaction, and know how to have a good idea of how to move on the right side. Because if Rich would slightly oil a little bit more to the left or a little bit more to the right as he was using that bug sprayer, then you would know, okay, left side ball goes high and it's a good shot. Then you would be thinking, well, that means he might have oiled a little to the right, I better move right. And usually it would work. One of those tricks we learned in those. I love the bug sprayer days. Probably because I was successful then. Ooh. 6 or 7. Seth had the, no, it's not Seth. Brandon Runk with the front 5. Brandon is headed, one of the guys headed down to Chicago from here to bowl the tour trials. Solid player, bowled lots of tour events. His wife's right here behind him. Not quite in your picture where you can see, but Alexis, she's a PWBA tour player. So when they go home at night, I go home at night and start complaining about bowling when I bowled seriously still. And Susie would get the glazed eyes look sometimes. And although she has learned a lot. She can talk bowling with people. She just isn't really into it. But she understands a lot from being around bowlers for, it's been 15 years now. But, you know, Alexis and Brandon can practically ball rep for each other. As we saw Jordan Richard finishing second on a tough 10th frame, tough finish in the Tour Championship this weekend. Her soon-to-be husband, Frank Snodgrass, PBA player, was sort of what you would call ball repping for her in that, which I think is really interesting. Get to know a person on that level as a spouse and also know their game. There's a story there, and does it help or hurt? Is it too hard to be when you're too close to someone to really do that for them? Can you yell at them and tell them to change the ball? So many great stories out there. I wish I had more time to chase them all down. I will have several this fall after this week tour trials. We really don't have a lot of bowling competition other than the PBA League that I've got to cover on a daily basis until the tour starts up again in January. And so I've got a list of feature stories to work on, some really interesting ones that I hope my readers will enjoy. And then we get right back into the tour and stuff in January, and it'll be news dominated. Open Championships comes back on. BWBA will start again. Of course, the season kind of kicks off with the Team USA trials. That'll be in Reno at the stadium, start of January. Who's got over on, yeah, you can see all the way over there, over on lane 9 with the front 7. And also on the pair, we got working on a St. Louis 279. If Mike was here, he could tell me if that's a thing. St. Louis 267 is the thing. I guess that's a St. Louis 279. Don't send me hate mail from St. Louis, please. That's not me creating that. I'm just chuckling at it. Justin, I just turned 62. At 63 and a half, I can Cobra for 18 months to Medicare. Old people talk here. So somewhere between 63 and a half, which will be January of 26, to 65, which would be July of 27. I will be retiring somewhere in there. It's not really a financial thing so much. It's talking with the boss, figuring out, you know, transition, finding someone that can do what I do, which is get up at ungodly hours in the morning and get our websites in order and write breaking news. So we'll see what happens. But it's going to be somewhere between January of 26 and July of 27. And then I will have more time to focus on 11thframe.com. And I'm right now committed with Brian Burkhart, my tech guy. I've told him 70 if my health stays, and that's a minimum. I don't know. I'm not going to try and predict if I'm even going to be here in 8 years, much less what I'm going to want to do. So hope, fingers crossed. My mom's still kicking at 91. I got a lot of very long-lived people in my family lineage, and now that I've got my health surgeries and everything back in order, I'm going to get the go-ahead to go back to the gym in September and try to knock some of these pounds off and try to be around afflicting the comfortable, comforting the afflicted in the bowling world, hopefully for a few years.
Jeff, we got a lot of strikes going on here.
Yeah, I know. It's amazing.
We've got 279 max over here. We got the front 8 over here, and then we've also got front 7 over here, and I've also got standings. So let's put those up. After game 4, Cameron Crowe goes to the lead. He was giving me a hard time about not being on the thumbnail.
Yeah, lefty.
Yep.
I'm going to hear it.
Brandon Cryer. And then you got Zach Andreessen. Brendan Stramick is in 4th now. Brady Stearns is 5th. Johnny Davis 6th. Lucas Hersrud 7th. Victor Cortez Jr. in 8th. Adam Morse 9th. Ryan Powers 10th. So those are all updated on our standings link that we have above the chat room that's pinned.
I already catted Brandon here when I looked up and started talking about him when he had the front 5 and a 7 pin was his next shot. So
looks like Jake Goodell, bottom right of our screen here. is on the front 7 in the red, white, and blue shirt there. And it looks like Logan Williams has the front 8 over here on lane 9.
Didn't he start with like 150?
Well, yeah, I was going to go there. Logan Williams today.
That's not urethane. That looks like a absolute power.
Oh, gets the 9 out.
Snaps out the 9.
So he's had an interesting day. Started with 151 and got 1 bonus pin. And then got the Century Award plus 16. He bowled 267 and got 45 bonus pins. 235 and got 39 bonus pins. And then 246 and got 39
He's
bonus
got the front
pins.
9 here. A point of order here. Paul Bober up here. 9 whiff, 7 bagger. Would that be a St. Louis 279 then?
No, it's not.
It's only the 267.
Only the
okay.
267.
All right. I wasn't sure about that.
Yeah. Yeah. Good. That was a great question, though, Jeff. I appreciate it.
That's what I do for a living.
That was a great question.
So after that 151, he had to be way down the standings, and 260, 230, 240, and add 270 to 300 this game, he could bump up.
He came in 25th.
So he was probably down to like
and he's
40th.
And he's up to 18th.
Yeah. I'll bet you after that first game, he was probably 35th to 40th.
He went to last.
Last, okay.
47.
Wow. How interesting is that? That would be quite a story. Obviously, questions I would be asking him is, what did you do that was wrong the first game, and what did you do that was right after the first game? Did he try urethane and it wasn't working, or was he just sore, got to get loose? But that's quite a movement, because I would say if he shoots 300 this game, he's going to be close to the top 5. When this game is done, I'm going to go get something to drink because my throat's getting dry, and I'm going to hunt down Bob and ask him about the oil.
Okay.
I hadn't thought of that, but that would really explain, because obviously to me, my perception of this is that there's a lot more hook with this pattern this year than there has been the last couple of years. And obviously, usually hook, as long as it's under control, equals higher scores.
Correct.
So
I say that all the time.
Yep.
Friction equals scores.
Yep. So it's quite possible that, that it is just a different oil.
I mean, I do believe with what you said, that the feedback you were getting is where, this has been what it's been for a few years, so you kind of know what balls to bring. This event sells out so quickly that people have to be looking for it so they can get in again. So it is repeat customers, right?
Yep.
I mean, there's newbies, don't get me wrong, but for the most part, everybody knows what's going on here. We got the front 9.
Here we go.
And he's wheeling it, too.
Woo!
I mean, Logan is wheeling it.
Boom. Yeah, he's another burly is one of my favorite adjectives for, I used that today in talking about Brian Thompson. That was my adjective for him. And Garrett Meadows is another one. I mean, Logan's got calves bigger than my arms. Gives him a chance to effortlessly create a lot of speed and rev rate, even being one-handed.
So, Jeff, since this is kind of a unique situation here, I'm looking forward to later in the day as Logan's working on the front 10, looking for 11 here. But after the stepladder is over, I typically interview the players. But because you're here, if you want to interview the player that wins, I will yield to you.
Yeah, I do every year usually. And I was thinking about the logistics. I was thinking, boy, it'd be fun to do those Facebook Lives again, because they got a lot of views yesterday on my page. We shared them to the Greater Iowa page. Is there a way to do Facebook Live and your thing together so that you can put it both places, or do you want it in your stream
You would
only?
probably just need somebody in your face with your phone recording you while you're doing it on the live stream, probably.
But I was going to go down. Do you have another mic where between matches?
Yeah, I can hook that up.
Maybe I'll just do it within the live stream. And then when I write my story tomorrow, I can chart off. Oh, Messenger didn't get it that time.
$2.99.
$2.99.
Should be good for 48 bonus, though.
Yeah, you would think. That's a quick 147 over. And the new high game of the day over the $2.95 the Brennan Ceramic had. So then I can write my story tomorrow, and instead of transcribing everything, I can just say URL your YouTube and say at the 38-minute mark or something like that. But I think it'd be fun. The one thing, Mark and I have done this Facebook Live, and between games I'm usually running down there and taking care of the practice balls and that sort of thing. But maybe I could let Mark do that, and then I can grab the losing player each match if they're not going to punch me, and talk about the match. And then we'll do the...
Sure.
Maybe we can both sit up. We'll bring the winner up and sit him in the third chair, and we can both have Adam in the afterwards.
That's fine. Brandon Runk, 258.
I love the thing I love about his game, arm swing.
Oh, it's great, isn't it?
Dead straight, very loose, not a lot of muscle. It reminds me of Graham Fa. All right, well, I'm going to go do some reporting here with Bob, and I'm also going to talk to Logan, I think. Just curious what he did different game 1 to 2, and get something to drink.
Okay. That's Jeff Riggles, everybody, helping me out up here in the booth. We'll work on some logistics for later on for our stepladder final. Coming up at 3 o'clock, roughly right around 3 o'clock. We are cruising right along, getting through game number 5. We started at 9 a.m. this morning. So I anticipate us being through game 6 about, it's going to be about probably 3:15 will be our stepladder later today. Hopefully you're enjoying the coverage here from the 11thframe.com Open. It's great to be back up here at Cherry Lanes here in Dubuque, Iowa, here at the Diamond Joe Casino. I highly recommend you come up, check the place out. It's a great little weekend excursion if you like to get away. And again, this event would not be possible without our great sponsors. For more information about the events here ran by the Greater Iowa Bowling Association, make sure you head over to giba-bowling.com. We want to thank Ebonite, Dubuque Regional Sports Commission, of course, the Diamond Joe and Cherry Lanes, IAMBowling, Steen Team, Brandon Steen at Stride Bank Structure Real Estate, Jeff at 11thframe.com, and the Quick Trip Quick Star folks. Of course, if you want to support our stream, you can do so at Inside Bowling by picking up some gear, some merch. Merch is 15% off the coupon code YouTube. And I believe we just had a 300 game. And I believe the 300 was by Brian Thompson. Brian Thompson, 300, down at around lanes 21 and 22. So that 299 is not going to get 48 bonus pins. It's going to get 47 bonus pins. Yeah, you don't even get all the bonus.
I know.
Logan came by talking about his game and his day so far. And I said, you don't even get all the bonus. And he said, I know, don't remind me. Finishing up here. Still got some pretty good games left out here on the board. I'm actually going to grab my box of additional equipment here and start going through it, trying to get it set up for a little bit later for our stepladder final. I'll still be here with you, but a little bit off and on here over the next couple of minutes as we get ready to go into game number 6. Let's see who we have here on the string. Looks like Alexis has that string up there. I am testing a different microphone here really quick. Definitely need to turn that that gain down a little bit here. All right, let's see what I got going on here. This should be still a little hot there. Let's turn that down. Doing a little test right there. Okay. Check. 1, 2. Looks like that's sounding pretty good. Might turn it down just a hair more. Maybe somewhere right in there. Probably a good spot for that one. You guys hear me okay on this wireless mic? Just setting it up for later. Jeff says he wants to do some sidelining later. So I think this one will work well. Perfect. Nice finish there, or nice game for Alexis there, 248 up on the board. There's no bowling anywhere in front of me right now. But we are going into game 6. Yeah, the scores are really high today, especially for being a less than 2-to-1 ratio. Very high scoring. Well, you'll see the new players coming in. Off to the left, you'll see on lane 8, that's Nate Stubler coming into scene. You'll see him throw a shot. right here. But after this game, we'll be halfway through the day, everybody. I'm going to continue going through my bag of electronics here, getting ready for a little bit later today. And as soon as we have our players and our standings updated, I'll be back to join you here in just a moment. Glad you're with us here on Inside Bowling, watching continuous coverage of the 2024 11thframe.com Open. Got 8 lanes up on the screen for you right now. I guess I'll invert them since we actually have bowling going on over there. There you go. Be right back. Hey, everybody, just checking something else out real quick. Just checking out something else really quick. We've got action on 11 and 12. We've got Logan Williams back after it. Same grouping. We're waiting for our new grouping to come in on lanes 9 and 10, though. Everybody else underway. All right, Jeff and I are doing a test.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I can hear myself.
So you and I can have a conversation. You can walk around the whole place.
Wow,
if you wanted to. So
that's spectacular.
So that's what we'll use later. And you can just put the earpiece in. You'll have that. And if you want to talk into the mic, it's on. And then if you don't want it to be on, just click the button on the bottom of the mic. You just tap it once, and it turns it to red. And then go again, and it turns to green. You can talk again.
Beautiful.
So that's what we'll do later. Okay. So we problem solved that in about 15 minutes. All problem solved there.
I have a news reports here.
Okay.
Did some good journalism there, chasing everybody down. Bob Hockreen, the general manager here.
Talking about the lane pattern now.
Yep. I went to ask him. Of course, I walked up, and the first shot he throws is 4 through the middle. I was like, oh, boy.
Oh, boy.
But he was just a little grumpy. He said he has used the same oil all 3 years, Brunswick Connect. So unless he forgot or something, it's the same oil. I know he's not going to lie to me, so we have the same oil. So I keep leaning towards strength of field, predominance of two-handers, and urethane, creating a hold that maybe hasn't been there.
And bringing the right bowling balls.
And bringing the right bowling balls. You know, year after year bowling on this and getting used to it. And then I went and talked to Logan Williams, who only got 47 bonus pins that game, by the way.
I know.
Wrong. Who had the 300? I was way down on 29.30, and I didn't.
Brian Thompson.
Oh, it was Brian. Okay, cool. Well, he's back at it then. So I asked Logan, and it turned out that he used urethane the first game, and he was on 25 and 6, which is traditionally a pair here that is kind of like the trickiest pair. Especially if I'm not mistaken, 26 has hang down lane. Well, I'm sure that's a little bit of a topography issue or something, because it's always that way, it seems like. That's one of those pairs when you're crossing in a tournament and you're going to get there, you're like, okay, let's play a little focus here and play a little defense or whatever, or carefulness, and try and get off this pair with not a train wreck game.
Yeah, there's no delay, Mark. It's all good. Okay, so now that we're in Game 6, we do have some new players that have finally came over here to lanes 9 and 10. Did Stubler start bowling on the wrong lane?
Oh, boy. I don't know.
I mean, because he threw a few shots over on 7 and 8, I thought. I don't.
I didn't see that.
I thought I did. Again, I could be losing it. But Stubler, Quentin Bolin, Chris Little, and Dakota Solanka come in now as our new players.
Defending champion Dakota Solanka.
As everybody moves right a pair.
And for the record, I was correct that it was an absolute power, or is an absolute power, that Logan switched to. And that was it. He used urethane. And he said yesterday he used urethane. So he came in using it, but it might be a huge benefit to him that he started on that pair and the urethane didn't work, because he went into reactive, and while he went down to last after that 150 the first game, he's now in 7th after bombing him the last several games after that 151 start. So
scores are in. That is after 5 games, folks. Cam Crow still your leader at 28-27. Zach Andreessen at 28-26, 1 pin behind. Victor Cortez Jr. is 3rd. Brady Stearns 4th. Brandon Cryer 5th.
Yeah, Logan went from last, 48th, after the first game. 4 games later, he's in 7th. That's the beauty of the Flanagan format.
Sure is. Those are available on your tab now, right above the chat room, everybody.
I'm going to go through this game, and then Mark London, if you're out there, seat will get cold. But I'm going to go grab a bite to eat and got a little bit of writing to do before the stepladder today. And up now on lane 10, our defending champion, Dakota Solanka.
I do feel really organized here. I do feel like I got everything under control.
Aren't you always?
Yeah, but I forgot my MacBook Air that normally
that's
sits
right. You did
here.
say that. Oops. Leave it to Tyler Vostry, the accountant.
Yeah, but it's correct. I already checked it. It's
Oh,
fine.
they got it?
Yeah,
oh, okay.
no
Hey,
problem.
Tyler, come on now. Wake up.
He's out on a jet ski or something today. Or that was his dad, I think.
Oh, that's probably Kevin, yeah.
Yeah.
Tired guy.
Thank you.
And there we go. Cameron Crow.
Yeah, it's what we reported already.
And Brandon Pryor. Well, Cameron is coming off not too long ago a big win for, can't remember if it's 10 or 15,000, the big tournament in Wyoming, Michigan at Spectrum, which is Grand Rapids, where my niece lives. He won that tournament Memorial Day weekend. The man has an amazing amount of power. So have you checked in on New Mexico at all and how that's going today?
Not today, no.
Let me see here.
starting to get spaced out here a little bit. Little cattywampus halfway through the day. We got these pairs here in the 7th and 8th frames. Andrew Blaney working on 290. Brandon Runk just hasn't been able to throw 4 and 5 baggers. Just haven't been able to really see that out of him consistently here this weekend. But very consistent. Good enough to cash, but just not running them over.
And the same things that happen on the right side apply to the left side when it comes to, you know, a one-handed guy with a relatively lower rev rate competing with guys like Cam Crow and, you know, out on tour, you got your Packy Hanrahan's, Jacob. Logan had one mistake in there, a 2-8-10 between a 3-bagger and a double, or he'd be having another huge game.
Jeff, I need to ask, how good are your Packers going to be this year?
Well, Susie, as she does every year, made her annual bets on them to win the NFC and the Super Bowl, and Jordan Love to be the MVP. And she's not only Susie Fever, she's Susie Homer. But I would say sometimes it's harder to be the hunted than the hunter. But I don't think they're quite the hunted, even though that great finish last year, because the Lions, I think, are still a higher profile, more favorited team than the Packers. But man alive, there's a couple guys to watch for. One is Xavier McKinney, the safety they signed from the Giants. He is getting raves in camp. And our Packer beat writer is Jason Wilde for the Wisconsin State Journal, and he also is on ESPN Wisconsin with Mark Tauscher, the Wilde and Tausch Show, 3 hours every day in the ESPN Wisconsin stations. And he's like the dean of Packer beat writers. He's been doing it since the his first year was the second Super Bowl year in the 90s, I believe. And he has raved about McKinney. And sometimes he says things, and I always tell people, pay attention to what Jason says. Sometimes he learns things, doesn't necessarily attribute them, but knows stuff. And he has compared McKinney to the impact Charles Woodson had on the Packers in the end of the Favre era, beginning of the Rodgers era, when they had a little run where they were in some NFC title games and won the Super Bowl, and Woodson was an instrumental factor, signed as a cheap free agent because no one else wanted him, and he was very disgruntled when he got to Green Bay, and he ended up loving the city and becoming a team leader. And, you know, I think it's fair to say without Charles Woodson, the Packers don't win that Super Bowl over the Steelers. It's a pretty fair statement, even though he separated his shoulder at the end of the first half and didn't play in the second half of that game when they had to hold off the Steelers. Anyway, McKinney's a key thing. And then, of course, on the offense, a lot is Ken Watson stay healthy, because he's the guy that can take the top off of defense. He's had some incredible games, and then he's hurt. And he has an incredible game, and he's hurt. But he's one of the fastest players in the NFL, and if he can stay on the field and stay healthy, that adds a dimension to their offense. And
I've got some thoughts on the Packers here in a second.
Yeah.
Garrett Meadows, though, working on 278. And, of course, our man Andrew Blaney working on 290 here, the two highlights here. As these two pairs are a little bit ahead of the other pairs down the bottom right of your screen. So my thoughts on the Packers is I think Jordan Love, I think his last 6 games last year, he was the #1 fantasy quarterback.
He was the number 1 QBR quarterback in the NFL
Yeah.
the last half of the season.
Yeah, okay. So that's important. Victor Cortez has the front 9 on 25 and 26, by the way. He is currently in third position, so he's solidifying himself. Nice little messenger there.
I was convinced by the playoff game Love had against the Cowboys. That was one of the best playoff games any quarterback's ever had.
So I think they're good at quarterback. I think Love's good. I think he's actually good. Then you've got 4 wide receivers on that team. And the best one might be the number 4 guy.
Wicks?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's really good.
Yeah, he's fantastic.
Dobbs is dependable. And Jaden Reed is a mini Debo Samuel.
Yep.
Okay, so I really like that. I think going away from Aaron Jones and getting Josh Jacobs in there is also an improvement.
Yeah, younger guy.
I really do think that's an improvement. And then I like the tight end, Luke, right? Musgrove.
Yeah, they have Tucker Kraft. They have two good tight ends.
Yeah.
If they stay healthy again, and you're young guys.
But my question is what does the offensive line look like there?
Yeah, that has been Wildy's big concern. Him and Tauscher went back and forth on this week when I was listening to some of the podcasts, and they don't have a swing tackle, so they're very vulnerable injury-wise potentially. They drafted Jordan. I'm sorry, was it Morgan? The guy from the Pac-10, Arizona State. He was their number 1 pick, left tackle. They're looking at him as being a starting guard. And because Rasheed Walker is going to hold the left tackle spot, Zach Tom's at right tackle. But if to get Jordan Morgan on the field, they're maybe going to start him over Sean Ryan at guard. And then my idea, I figured, was that he would be their swing tackle this year, or maybe even beat out Walker, but they haven't played him. Wildy had this week. Haven't played him 1 snap at tackle the whole training camp. So obviously they're not planning on using him at tackle. So then they have several guys that have no experience as backup tackles.
And then what's the pass rush look like?
It's much improved in camp. They've drafted a couple of guys. Devonta Wyatt is having a big camp. Their big change on defense is they fired the defensive coordinator, and they have Hafley now.
Yeah.
And Hafley has them way more aggressive. And Stokes coming back would be a big help, finally healthy after a couple of injury-decimated seasons. If he could get back to that, how he was as a rookie, and be a solid guy opposite Jair Alexander. Alexander's kind of had a little problems with the last coordinator, and he loves Hafley. So I'm looking for their defense. I mean, if they're going to be a playoff team, I think, if injuries don't decimate them. The thing that will get them to the Super Bowl is if that defense is better.
Yep, I agree.
I see the 49ers in trouble because they've got a lot of contract issues. The left tackle, Trent Williams, is holding out. Ayuk, that's a big mess. And they're older, and I think they're on the cliff of this window is open for them, and then it's going to go off.
Yeah, I agree. Andrew Blaney with the first one in the 10th, and then just Greek Church. But still a really nice game for Andrew. And Lex is coming back with another 230 game here.
Right.
The 278 was finished out.
Well, we had a 282 yesterday by Zach Andreessen. We had a 295 by Brendan Smamick.
Garrett's kind of on the every other game plan. He had 267 2 games ago, 179 last game, and now 278 this game. Garrett Meadows.
Well, we'll see here. So let's see. What is this? Will this be 2? If he gets 3, is that 283? 2 is 281? I can do the math in my head.
Yep, 280.
273,
yeah,
obviously.
Yeah, 273.
So we've had a 282, a 295, and a 273 this week.
And here is our pair that is a little bit behind here on the left. They're about 3 frames behind everybody else.
Oh, looks like we have blackout on lane 10 here.
Yeah, which is no good either with them already being behind.
Yep. We had some weird breakdowns yesterday. One of the things about this tournament is this place runs so well that we've always used all the lanes. And that's a very risky thing to do. You have a breakdown, you can totally screw up a tournament, but we've never had a real problem. One year we had a lane down before the tournament started. As I mentioned earlier, Bob couldn't get a part shipped quick enough, and we used one of the party room pairs, lanes 1 through 4. But yesterday we had some real weird things happen. We had 2 scoring lanes went out because I guess it was a something in the motherboard, and they came back after closing last night, Bob and his assistant, and got it working. Thankfully, I wasn't really wanting to keep score again today. And we had a motor go out, which is kind of a weird thing. Today, things have run great all day. Haven't had a problem, knock on wood. And then now we get just a little blackout on 10. I don't think it's any big deal. Well, I was hoping. Oh, well, no, that isn't Mark. I was hoping Mark London would be here, so you wouldn't be alone.
I'm good. No problem.
I want to get something to eat, and I gotta do a little writing before our step ladder. The big news in the NFL, to me, watching SportsCenter this morning when I was writing, Caleb Williams was only like 6 of 13 for 75 yards and touchdown, but apparently he made a bunch of plays that were very impressive. I saw the highlight on one run. He ran 48 yards for like a 7-yard touchdown run.
Yeah, what I'm comparing Caleb Williams' situation this year is very similar to the situation Patrick Mahomes had his second year with the Chiefs.
Mm-hmm.
He's got so many weapons with DJ
Yep.
Moore and with Keenan Allen, Cole Kmet, and then they've got the other tight end there that the offensive coordinator they brought in loves.
Yep.
I'm drawing a blank on his name.
Me too.
And then they drafted
Rome Duze, if I'm pronouncing that right.
Yeah, and so I mean he's got some weapons, man.
And last year, after they traded for, was it Montez Sweat, defensive lineman, they made that trade, and I kind of chuckled because he was going to be a free agent at the end of the year, and they gave up a second-round pick.
Yep.
I was thinking, well, if he wants to be a Bear and you're going to sign him to a deal anyway, can't you just wait and get him for nothing and not give up a second? But their defense, you go back and look at the stats pre-Montez Sweat and post-Montez Sweat, and their defense was vastly improved, and it would not surprise me at all. And I'm a huge Caleb Williams guy. I got into it with a bunch of Bears fans on Facebook a couple times before the draft and after the draft. I love Caleb Williams. I think he's going to be a superstar in the NFL. And I'm a Wisconsin guy. It's not like I'm cheering for the Bears, but I think he's going to be dynamite. I was impressed watching a lot of USC games in college. They had no defense. His offensive line stunk this year or last year. I think he's just a playmaker. And people that were getting on him about when he cried to his mom after one game, I'm like, the guy's authentic. It's a real deal. And then they're talking about, he wanted all this stuff in his contract deals and that. That was maybe his dad doing some of that. But what athlete isn't trying to get every buck in these days in that? I don't know. I think Bears fans, and it's looking that way. Obviously, it's just preseason. But if I'm a Packer fan, I'm a whole lot worried long-term about the Bears, and even short-term after maybe this year, than I am about the Lions. Because that Bears roster, all they need is Caleb Williams to just be, a good, solid player and not beat them, and I think they're a playoff team. That roster is, geez, you went through them all. Who has better skill position players than them, at least at the receiving?
Yeah, I mean,
that's an incredible lineup. If you're assuming that Rome Duze is going to be really good, which I think he is. He was fabulous in college.
I've been watching Hard Knocks with the Giants, and they really had Odunze very high. They had Neighbors ranked higher, so they got Neighbors. But yeah, I really like what the Bears have going on here.
And speaking from, and this is Wilde again, he is, and Packer fans get so angry when he does this, but, you know, when we're journalists, we cheer for the story. You want to cover things that are interesting and fun. You don't want to cover a team that's 3-13, or I guess it would be 3-14 now, or that sort of thing. And you want good, exciting games to write about. And so he says he's pulling for the Bears to be good because he wants to see the Bears-Packers rivalry be a real rivalry. That's the one thing that's been missing for a long time there when the Bears were in the 80s and that they beat the crap out of the Packers all the time. And then once Favre got here, the Packers have just owned, as Roger said, I own you, and they have. I think Matt LaFleur has never lost to the Bears, 10-0. Never lost a game to the Bears. That's not really a rivalry. What is that old saying? A nail and a hammer don't have a rivalry.
Yep.
If Caleb Williams turns out to be good and Jordan Love is good and both teams are good, how much fun will it be in this area of the country for the Bears and the Packers? And obviously the Lions are good too and have all three. And, you know, if J.J. McCarthy can recover and get good, heck, you could have, you know, NFC North could be the best division in football perhaps.
I have a question here. Where's Cameron Crowe? He's stuck down on the high end. So what happens here is every player is going to get four games on the live stream of the 12 games. So Cameron's going to have, towards the end of this 12 games, we're going to see a lot of Cameron Crowe.
I kind of feel bad. You mentioned Aaron Jones. That was great guy, popular player, good player when he's healthy, obviously, excellent player, but Jacobs is a beast, and he's 3.5 years younger, 3 years younger than. That makes a big difference in the NFL at running back. But for poor Jones goes to the Vikings, and you think, if McCarthy comes in and he's good, you know, they could maybe be in contention. And now they're Sam Darnolding, and he's, you know, he was such a popular Packer.
Jordan Addison's got problems now.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, the Vikings are in trouble.
Yeah, the Vikings are. They could be the 3-14 team.
I made my Super Bowl picks on Bowl TV last week. My Super Bowl picks, and Dave Lamont turned the microphone down on me. On my NFC pick. So I don't normally take the chalk in these NFL picks and these Super Bowl picks.
Let me guess, Atlanta?
No. My claim to fame is I called the Philadelphia Eagles when Nick Foles won the Super Bowl at the beginning of the season. That's my claim to fame. I have not picked the Chiefs the last 2 years. It's too easy to pick the Chiefs.
Yeah, you know what? Whoop-de-doo.
So out of the NFC, who do you believe that I selected as my Super Bowl pick?
Let me think.
I mean, it's one that will make a lot of people in the audience go, get out of here. Get out of here.
Let me think. See, Atlanta would have been that's kind of the sleeper pick that people have had, but you said it wasn't that.
Chris Little looking for a nice little run here heading into the 10th frame. How about a Brooklyn strike? Parlay that, baby.
How about, let's see, I'm trying to go off the wall here. Tampa Bay?
I will tell you, I was going to pick the Packers second. If it wouldn't have been this team, I'd have taken the Packers. I do kind of like Tampa this year. The offensive coordinator that went there, I was told that they're going to use. It was a guy from the Rams. That they're going to use. Chris Godwin like Cooper Kupp.
Okay.
So Godwin's a good fantasy pick this year.
Well, the other one I would go for, and I'm assuming that the way you're couching this, that it's not one of the favorites. So the Rams then? Stafford to have a big...
Nope, not the Rams. This team is not a favorite, but they get a lot of action on them, let's put it that way.
Well, you can't be... The Cowboys are a disaster.
Yep, the Cowboys.
They're a disaster.
I took the Cowboys. Yep.
That's a team that could easily... They could maybe do that, make a big run. They could melt down into nothing, too, with everything they got going.
It's feast or famine.
Mike McCarthy's got probably the toughest coaching job in the NFL right there with everything they've got. And
I like their defense.
Jordan Love did, too. And their problem is, fine, okay, let's say they go 13-4. you're kind of count on them to succeed in the playoffs based on the track record.
I know. Hey, I
Dak
know.
Prescott is horrendous in the playoffs.
I know. Hey, but I got the Cowboys and representing the NFC, and they're going to lose in the Super Bowl to who?
Oh, is this another off-the-wall pick? Or?
Well, I mean, I think they're like the third favorites in the AFC. I love them this year.
The Bills?
Nope, not the Bills.
Not the Bills. Well, obviously the Chiefs are the favorite.
Yep.
I thought the Jets were about fourth.
They might be. They might be fourth. The Bengals are up there, but it's not them.
Well, that's the thing about the AFC. There's Joe Burrow, Aaron Rodgers coming back from injury. You know, kind of question marks there on two good teams. I mean, people forget the Jets won 7 games last year with the worst quarterbacking in the NFL. If Rodgers is just normal, he doesn't have to be MVP. If he's just normal, they're making the playoffs. So who would you have then? Who's the third? I thought the Bills. I was thinking as number 3. Not the Dolphins.
No,
they're farther down than that.
No.
The Ravens?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ravens.
I know, that's another team. Lamar Jackson in the playoffs, he's been trash.
I know.
That's just that to me, your 2 picks are like picking the guy that gas faces when he makes the stepladder finals in PBA to win titles.
Yeah.
The guy that always shrinks under the biggest situations.
Ravens, Cowboys, book it, and if it happens, I'm gonna look like a complete genius.
Yep. And the crazy thing about the Cowboys, too, is because there's so many homers out there with blinders on, is that their odds they're like this third favorite or something. You got no value in betting on them.
So I didn't want to draw attention to this, but Nate Stuber's having just an absolute disaster game.
Yeah. 117 in the 9th with a strike in the 10th. I'm just pulling for the fans' delight. I want the Packers and the Jets. Can you just imagine how the hype and the craziness of that?
That would be great.
That would be so much fun.
Now, if you had to put my life on the line, like whether or not I'm going to be alive after the Super Bowl or if I'm just going to die, I would probably go.
There's only one choice.
Kansas City and Philadelphia.
Yeah, if they can recover from that disaster finish.
Right? I mean, I guess
you know what? You'll be able to make a lot better choices in 2 weeks when you see if San Francisco gets the guys back and settles things, makes the trades, whatever.
They'll figure it out.
And Cowboys too. Although I don't think it matters for them. But in San Francisco, they gotta settle both those situations one way or another. Yeah, that's 135 for Nate. Ow.
Yeah, you don't see that every day.
Nope. He's human, like everybody else.
And we officially can roll into Game 7 now, even though it's underway over here.
All right. Well, I am going to get my butt into job mode.
It was sure nice talking to you.
Yep, I will be back. Hopefully Mark will be in here soon, and I will be back for the step ladder, which probably I would predict 3:45, 4 o'clock. In that range has traditionally been our time. And a little more strikes today, so hopefully we'll be in here quickly.
What time did you just say?
3:45 to 4 o'clock.
Okay.
I'm remembering that it's usually around 4. And with all the strikes today, things are probably going a little bit quicker. Look at that, 269, 230. You know, that kid is. I don't know what happened there, but boy, that kid is. That's Zach Andreessen. That's a name to remember for the future. All right, we'll see you later, Mike.
All right, bud. That's Jeff Riggles, everybody. We are officially halfway home to our 12 games here, 6 games in the books. I'll welcome in all 424 viewers. If you're just joining us, the standings link above takes you to the spreadsheet where you can see all the scores. The players get 48 bonus pins if they lead every bowler in the field, and you get 1 bonus pin if you're the lowest in the field. Bottom left of your screen just getting underway. The Bob Hochran. He's bowling with Billy Hibbard, Chad Moss, and Trenton Holst. Those are our new players moving in. Logan Williams, however, has been here for a little while. He's just looking for the front 5 again. Again, the players, when they move through, they'll bowl 4 games here, and then they are gone. 4 pairs for you as we move across. Just to show you our spacing, where we're at. These pairs here are in the 5th and 6th frames. We move over here. These pairs are in the 2nd frames. I guess I'll explain the format again. So we took to the lanes yesterday. We had 3 squads, A, B, and C. Everybody bowled 6 games. Pinfall carries over to today. 52 cashed, 48 made it into today. Bowling 12 games right now. Every single game, everybody's bowling everybody in the building. We have 48 players, so whoever has the highest game gets 48 points, bonus pins. Lowest game in the building gets 1 point bonus pins, and so on. If there's a tie, you get the higher number. So if everybody in the building bowled 300, everybody would get 48 points. It's the easiest way to explain it, okay? From there, all pins are going to carry over, move forward. I got a link at the top of the chat for your standings. The top 5 are going to bowl a stepladder today around 3:30. Victor Cortez Jr. bowled 300 the last game. He goes to the lead at 31.25. Cameron Crowe second at 31.09. Brady Stearns is third at plus 30.63. Fourth is Zach Andreessen at 30.52. And fifth is Ryan Powers at 29.90. Just 2 pins back is Brandon Cryer. 30 pins back is Matt Hibbard. 34 pins back of fifth is Darren Bloomquist. 38 pins back is Lucas Hersrud. 40 pins back is Garrett Meadows, and you got Logan Williams sandwiched in there too. So it's still really, really bunched up. A lot can happen here with this format. And there they are. There are your standings. If you look at fifth at 29.90, who's within 200? Everybody on that list. Who's within 100 at 28.90? You got 16 players within 100. I mean, a lot can change quickly. Sure. Joining me now in the booth is our tournament extraordinaire, the man, the myth, the legend, Joe Inglicus. What's up, buddy?
Well, not too much. Just kind of got things ready to roll for the payout and all the other stuff. So my tournament duties are caught up to date, and I can take a little break. So
Nice.
yeah, it's always nice to have everything figured out and ready to roll. We got the money in the envelopes. We're ready for the payout. So
Nice.
yeah.
With about another 4 hours to go here today?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, it's kind of a long day, but it's an interesting day for sure. You see so much movement on the standings list.
I just called out Brandon Runk for not being able to string strikes and bowl any games, 240 or 250. He just bowled 253.
Brandon's a really solid player. He, the last 2 years since he moved up to this area to coach Warburg, he's very impressive.
Dave Dillinger has the front 9 down on 29 and 30.
Well, Dave was struggling earlier, but he's starting to come on now.
Found a lot of 300s.
Well, we've had 2, I guess that's, or 3, I guess that's a lot.
I mean, I think so on a
I do
1.5
too.
to 1 ratio and a 295 and a 299
Yeah,
and
yeah.
multiple 279s.
289. Lots of strings today. These guys are pretty good.
Yeah, they're all playing them the right way. As a squad, they've done a tremendous job of playing them accurately.
That's for sure. Still wouldn't have expected the number to be quite as high as it is, but it is what it is.
92 on the cut score yesterday.
Yeah. That's probably about 40 higher than I anticipated somewhere. I figured around 50 would be a good number, and this weekend it was not.
Yeah, I was thinking somewhere in the 70s after one squad.
Yeah, yeah.
Kind of liking in the 70s. Spencer Worthman also looking at 255 possible. And Chad Moss, bottom left of your screen, has the front 6 looking for 7 in a row here.
Chad made a big run last year at the end of qualifying and through the step ladder. I would not be surprised to see him work his way up the ladder here. He can throw it hard, get it out over the line, and when they start to dry out and open up, he's pretty solid.
Billy Hibbard working on 278 down there as well, bottom left of your screen. He'll be up in the 8th frame. 7th frame, excuse me. Oh, that's not right. What am I looking at here? Hold on a second here. Yeah, that is right, but that's not on, it's a pair to the left. The way the TVs are here every once in a while, it plays tricks on me.
Yeah, it plays tricks on everybody. You're not alone, I'll guarantee you.
I feel like the TV is supposed to be spaced between pairs.
Yeah, it's between screens on the pair. That's not easy to remember.
Logan, 265 max. He's had a fun day.
He certainly has. Started out not so fun, but since that time it's been loads of fun.
Started out with 150 to start the day. At 151, 267, 235, 246, 299, 213 the last game. Got 26 bonus points for 213.
Yeah, he's looking at 265 on it with a count ball to go.
We got a 253, a 255, a 265 possible here just on these two pairs. And Logan is playing quite a bit in compared to the other players.
He is.
But getting it to work anyway. Bounce back over to here.
Chad Monsters split.
Yep, 6, 7, 10.
Yep.
$279 for Cortez. DJ says he's feeling good today. Great tournament, Joe. See you in the fall.
Yeah, I'd bowl elite with DJ. He was out here watching yesterday. So.
Whoa. Almost got that 7-pin to come out. Bounced it around. I thought I was going to hit the rack and come back and take out the 7. Every time I watch Chris Little bowl, he strikes. I've seen him throw a couple Brooklyns, but they all strike.
Chris's game came a long way in the last year. He's pretty solid now.
Nate Slubler has had 4 bad games in a row. 199, 181, 152, 135. I don't know how that is.
I think he had a little conversation with Eric Littig, and they got a little bit of reset with his mind between at the end of the last game and the start of this game. So.
Yeah, I mean, I've never seen Stubler bowl that bad.
No. Eric and I were sitting in the office and just commenting about, he didn't have great ball reaction, but he also wasn't trying very hard. So Eric had a little conversation. I think he's refocused. We'll see. 6 games is a lot of games with this format. You can make up a lot of ground, but he's got a lot of ground he has to make up too. So. We'll see. So far, he's looking much better this game.
We've been working together, what, 13 years, Joe?
Yep, that would be correct.
Got another one coming up in 3 weeks.
We do.
Maple Lanes, that'll be our next broadcast here.
Yep. Looking forward to that one. That's it's always fun, especially now with Maple Lanes being all new. And
yep.
yeah, it's don't know what we're using for a pattern yet there, but Rich will work with Kegel to come up with something.
House shot sounds good to me.
Not happening.
It might confuse everybody. Might be the lowest scoring tournament you ever had.
Yeah, maybe.
So Moskin Bowl 260. We got a 247, a 238 left up there. We got a 264 and a 278. I mean, he's...
There's a 267 on the pair next to him.
Yeah, I think that was Billy Hibbard.
Well, it might have been Matt Hibbard, but not Billy.
That's what I meant.
Billy didn't make the cut.
Well, then what is
I
this?
I didn't think. Maybe it is Billy. That is Billy. I thought it was Matt.
Matt's here too, and I was
yeah.
confusing both of them, so now I'm even more confused.
Yeah, I'm even confused too. Yeah, that's Billy. Now that I see his face.
So Nate Stubler in 46th right now at 24.29. If he wanted to get to 10th, that's 29.40. That'd be 500 pins.
I don't think there's that much there, but you can make up a lot of ground though in a big hurry with some big games. Potentially 250, 260 becomes 300.
This was what, $160 entry fee?
Yeah.
First place, this prize list was dropped off this morning. I haven't read it to anybody yet. $2,800 for first, $2,300 for second, $1,800 for third, $1,400 for fourth. You get $1,100 for fifth. $950, $880, $820, $760, $720, $680. All the way down to $260 for 48. So if Nate right now is in 46, that he's getting $260 back. If he could pick up 15 spots, he'd go to 31st. It'd be $340. If he could pick up another 5 or so, he could get to $400.
I got the newspaper coming. I'm going to have a 200 game.
Bob Hockren just bowled a 200 game and thinks the newspaper's showing up for that. Again, if you're just tuning in, it's game 7 to 12 here in round 2. Everybody bowls everybody. High game in the building gets 48 bonus pins. Low game in the building gets 1 bonus pin. And again, if everybody bowls 300, everybody would get 48 pins. Ties get the same amount. $254 for Chad.
Yep.
$236.
47-10.
Yep, that's a little salt in the wound.
Yes, it is.
Bob might get in the 240s here. He's in the 230s now. Steal some bonus pins. Bob in 47th right now at 24.04. All right, so 163. Bobby can finish out here 247 and 204 left for Chris Little. That is the end of game 7 across the entire center. There you go, Bob. Solid 8.
246. That's a big game for him.
Sure is. So we head right into game 8. Same cast of characters here, just moving to the right. We'll have 4 new players come in. So this will be the last game that we have Logan Williams with Johnny Davis, Paul Bober, and Brian Roth. Next door, Quentin Bolin, Nate Stubler, Chris Little, Dakota Solanka, Hochran, Hibbard, Moss, and Holtz will all slide 1 pair to the right, which will bring in Brody Green, Nate Vanderbeek, Kyle Kroll, and Adam Morse. Bober's pair here, they are off and running. Well, everybody's off and running to the right down here.
Yeah, they're running a little bit ahead down there. These pairs are just a little behind. Couple 3 frames.
It was as much as 5 earlier.
Yeah.
Joe, I'm going to grab another water.
Okay.
Hold down the fort.
I got it. All right. We will take a look at what we got going on. Just starting the game for all our pairs other than the pair with Paul Bober's group. Johnny Davis. There in the 3rd frame. Last year's champion Dakota Solanka starts this game with a solid 9. Not the greatest break. Bob Hochran with a ring and 10. Nate Vanderbeek starts with a spare. Trent Holtz Nice shot for Paul Bober. Nice strike. We got Logan Williams here. He's been on fire since the first game today. Started a little slow, but he's got the front three. Over here on lane 15. Comes in a little light. I use a Swisher 10 pin. Chris Little. Missed in a little bit and ran a little high. Ooh, solid 8 for Chad Moss. Not the break you need this time of the day. Nice strike for Bob Hockern. Davis gets a strike to go down on 15. Let's see what we've got going on here. Trenton Holtz with a double. Still plenty of strikes to be had out here. You just gotta make sure you got the right ball in your hand with the right speed. Let's see, we've got a message about a score that needs to be corrected. I will make sure Jennifer knows that as soon as I see her. We'll get that handled. Be in the tournament office yet. I don't see her out here. We'll get the message to her though. So Jen, if you're watching the live stream, Darren Bloomquist score, you had him for 224 and he had a 277 according to what's in the chat here. Okay, we're working on getting that score correct. Sorry about that. And Bob Hockern with a double. Nice little reaction for Logan Williams. He ran that scout out, take the 10 out. Kyle Kroll with Good reaction, Bill. Yeah, we're starting to move along. We've got a few guys still striking in front of us here.
Got standings after 7 in the books here. Victor Cortez Jr., your leader at 34.40. Cam Crow second at 33.71. Zach Andreessen third now at 33.36. Fourth is Ryan Powers at 32.88. And it looks like fifth is Brady Stearns at 32.53. Just 4 pins back, Logan Williams. 5 pins back, Brandon Cryer. Looks like 12 pins back, Matt Hibbert. I mean, this is tight.
Yeah. It's definitely closing up at the top, and don't have to go too far down. You're still only about 60 pins difference to get to the top 5, so I expect to see a lot of movement here the last 4 games.
And you can see these scores with that link that's at the top of the chat. That's pinned up there. Along with the lane pattern, all the qualifying scores, everything is there. Bob hooking in a 10-pin.
Yeah. Said he missed the first 4 he threw at today, so he decided to go to a reactive ball and hook at it instead of trying to throw a urethane straight. So, yeah, crazy deal.
Those that were looking for Cam Crow, he has made his way on the lane 7 and 8. So we will have him in the next 4 games. 9, 10, 11, and 12. Kyle Kroll, 7-10s.
It looked like the 10 might fall, and they got trapped by the pin setter, so it didn't go down.
How did that 10 not fall?
That's the second one in a row on that lane, identical. Same hit, didn't go.
Let's take a look at it again. Looks good.
Oh, just missed with the scout.
It I mean, it.
Yeah, it went right to the back of the pin and fell off.
Fired things up this morning at 9 a.m. Yesterday we had 18 games for you here, streamed across 3 different squads. 156 players. We took the top 52 to cash. Top 48 made it in here today to our round number 2. We'll be making a big cut here down to 5 for the step ladder coming up immediately after. .37 feet in length is the oil pattern. We're starting to see some players starting to jump a little bit further left now.
Yeah, you're you're seeing a lot more reactive stuff coming out now, and they're moving left, but still getting into that same spot way down lane. So it's, it still seems to be where the carry comes from and getting into that spot.
Yep, round 6 or 7 at 37 feet.
Right. Logan Williams has been making that work since game 2. He's playing in there and sending it right. A lot of strikes. Still got 256 out there this game. He goes off the sheet 9th and 10th.
I'm going to switch our stream over here to give everybody an update on the scores on the other pair. .279 still going for holes. Bobby's finding his carry now. He's got a triple up there. Possible 279 still.
Morse.
Yep. 79 for Morse.
He's moving up the ladder too. He's up there pretty good.
It's up to 9th. Bowled 267 last game, got 45 bonus pins. 206 the game before, got 18 bonus pins. 229 the game before, 29 bonus pins. 249 the game before, got 42 bonus pins. That was after a 179 game, so a nice rebound there.
He's definitely moving up the ladder. He goes off the sheet for 279 here. That'd be a big boost. He's a former champion here about 6-7 years ago.
Chris Little's messenger does not connect.
Swing and a miss. Williams still has 235 out there in 10th frame. He's up there pretty high on the list.
6th overall right now, finds himself 4 pins out of the show.
Logan does not get the second on the 10th, so 225 with a spare.
Adam Morse, bottom right of your screen, he's stepping up in the 8th, working on a strike, can still max at 279.
And Bob Hawker with a 710 again. He was complaining earlier to me that left a few of those today. A nice shot by Adam Morse. Still alive for 279.
Johnny Davis, 19th. He's bowled 166, bowled 237 the game before, 170 the game before, 238 the game before that. He's on the every other game plan. And if he strikes out here, he'll bowl 226.
Yes.
Couple frames left here in game number 8 on lanes 9 through 12. Morrison 9th, just 25 outside of the top 5. If he could finish this game off, I believe that would put him into the top 5 or very close to it.
Yeah. Picked up a lot of pins with 279 this late in the day.
Yep, plus probably at least 45 bonus pins.
Yes. See a 257 down the way there. Not as many big games for sure right now.
Decent games out there,
Yeah.
just not the
Yeah.
big, massive monster games.
No, that's right. No, he went high. The 9th leaves 6-9. That's a different lead. Bob Hockering says they're finally letting the old guy strike a little. Comes back from that 710, he got another strike.
Looks like Cameron Crowe just pulled 216 over on 7 and 8.
Yep. Single pin missing there. He'll be coming on to the live stream here.
Yep, he'll be here the last 4 games, all of them. Rest of his tournament will be bowled on the live stream. Kroll has 168.
Brody Green stepping up with a chance to shoot 267 or
Yep.
9 there. Got the first one at 10th.
Chad Moss 12th right now at 31.94. He is 59 out of 5th right now. Trying to save a little 228 here. Morse looking to get to 257. There's another score on the board at 257, so important to tie that score.
Yes.
And then 210s.
Oh, that hurts.
Yeah, what looked like it was going to be a huge game there is now falling back into just a good game.
Right. Big shot for Chad Moss there. He got the second one at 10th, so 228 possible. They made the spare. That helps a bunch. 240 something for Adam Morse. Made that 210. For Adam Morse.
Yep, 255 also.
Brody Green.
Yep. Thank you for that.
Yep.
I forgot who it was. Solid 8 almost there, but nope, 228. You gonna take a nap now?
Hey, Mike. Very nice shirt. What's the website? Get that. Is there a promo code?
Chad just came up and said, "Hey, Mike, that's a nice shirt you have on. Where can I get that? Is there a promo code?" Yeah, it's YouTube, Chad. I better see an order coming through this week. 15%, buddy.
That's good. Brady Stearns, I think, shot 231 over there, I believe.
Bobby Bryant says you're a little soft on the mic there, Joe.
Oh, yeah?
Yep. So I don't know if you want to move it closer or not.
All right, I'll move it up.
Okay.
Okay.
I ordered a new soundboard. It didn't make it in time. This soundboard is a little on the softer side of things.
We got an interesting pair coming onto our live stream the next game. Dave Dentlinger. We got a crew. Cameron Kroll, Brady Stearns, all on that pair. Dawson Peterson. I don't know how Dawson's doing today. I think he's moved down a little bit. He was very
His
good
last
yesterday.
few games, 211, 182, 245, 277, 216.
He's picking up the pace a little bit there.
This is going to round out game 8. We're going to roll into game 9. 13 and 14 is holding everything up.
That's kind of been the case all day.
I'm gonna make an example out of them for just a second here. Okay, so here's lanes 13 and 14, folks, and I'm just gonna teach you a little bowling etiquette here really quick. This pair is a frame behind, and they were 2 to 3 frames behind most of this game compared to who's coming over and moving to the right. And they're kind of holding everything up here. And many times somebody would be up getting ready to bowl on one of the 2 lanes, and the other bowler wasn't even at the ball return ready to then have the attempt to go up and bowl. They were standing back in the bowler's area at the tables watching the other bowler bowl, then walking up to the lane. And that is one of the things that has caused things to be a little bit slower. When you start getting a little bit behind, you certainly don't want to be thrown off your game by having to rush or anything like that. But if you could start to work your way up to the ball return and start getting ready for your next shot, so when the other bowler walks off the approach, you're standing there and ready to go, that's going to help the pace of play across the entire bowling center. So that is something that you should try to do when you're competing in an event. And when we look at this group here, Nate Stubler is in 46th. Who else we got there?
Dakota Solanka.
Yeah, Dakota Solanka is in, where is he at? Dakota Solanka. Yep, he's in 34th. Chris Little is in 30th. And who's the other bowler on that pair? I'll have it in just a second here. Quentin Bolin.
Oh, yeah, Quentin.
And Quentin Bolin's in 33rd. So that's the other thing. None of these guys are in contention to win the tournament at this point. And you should fast track a little bit through here, courteously to the rest of the field. It's one man's opinion, but
They did pick up the pace some, because when they were on 7 and 8, I believe they were almost 4 frames behind.
4 or 5, yeah.
4 or 5 frames behind. So, but they're still not. They haven't picked it up enough yet.
yeah, I like what's going on here. Like they're, this is what should have been going the whole game.
Yep.
Nate's feet are about off the approach, and Chris is set and ready to go.
Yep.
Now, granted, they don't have anybody to the right of them, but they haven't had anybody to the right of them for a while.
Yes.
They could have started doing this in the 8th frame.
Yes.
That's my point.
Yeah. They'd have been done.
Yeah, and look, if they, if this gets back to them or they watch this later or whatever, guys, I don't mean to be calling you out, but at the same time, I'm kind of calling you out here a little bit, just because. Yeah, I call it like I see it, and I got respect for all 4 players, and I got respect that they need to bowl their game. But at the same time, when this starts happening, you got to be a little conscious of what's going on around you.
Right.
And the person that brought it to my attention was Chad Moss. He looked up at us and goes, "What's going on over here? Why are these guys, not done yet?" So
Nate Stubler picking up the pace. He's up to 245.
there we go.
2 good games in a row.
And notice these guys are already coming over with their bowling balls. They're like,
They're
go to the next pair.
They're sending a message.
Now, here's the thing. How long is it going to take this group to start bowling on their next pair?
Yes.
Right? Because they should be like, okay, we're obviously bowling at a slower pace.
Yep.
So we need to be up and ready to go right here.
Mm-hmm.
So I am going to...
Nate's got a little more urgency picking his ball up off the rack and moving it. So maybe the message is getting through.
Yeah, let's see what ends up happening here.
Yeah.
So I'm going to start my stopwatch right now, and let's see how many minutes it takes them. So we've got one person texting on a phone, second player texting on a phone.
Yeah.
And one player is going to go to the
Quentin just-
bathroom,
Yeah.
or actually go back and talk to some friends.
Yeah.
And the other player is ready to bowl.
Now.
Yep. So,
Yeah, the first bowler over there could have been taking care of pushing the button to start.
yeah, right.
Have it
right,
ready to go.
right.
and
Because the next pair they're
Get
going
up
to
on it, get up
is
on it.
already in the fourth frame.
Yeah, they're. Yeah, well, yeah, one of them hadn't even got the balls off the rack yet over
Nope,
here. so-
nope. You got to come over and get your balls. Quentin Boland's got to grab his bowling ball. Now, if these guys were in pace with everybody else, I wouldn't be putting a
Right.
magnifying glass on them here. But, you know, it's time to bowl. And we got a defending champ here, don't we?
Yes. Yes.
So I'm still running the clock. We're approaching a minute and 30 seconds before a ball has been thrown.
And the pair they just came off of has had 4 thrown on it already.
Correct. Yep. Minute 40-ish. So. Don't mean to be don't mean to be rude here, but again, I just call it like I see it. If we didn't have a long 12-game format and a bunch of folks that, you know, after bowling all day, they're going to be tired, those couple of hours of windshield time, whether if it's light out or dark out, makes a huge difference on just your overall safety getting home.
That's true.
So folks, I'm talking it over with Joe Engelkiss, our tournament director here in the booth. We've got 4 more to play. We're 66% of the way through this round. And it's 141 here in Dubuque, Iowa. You're watching continuing coverage of the 2024 11thframe.com Open.
So I got to ask you, Mike, this is the first time you've been live streamed with your format.
Yep.
What are your thoughts so far? What do you think?
I think it's great. I wish I had lane talk or live scoring
Yeah.
that I could access from the booth up
Yeah.
here
Yeah.
to kind of be like, hey, this guy here needs a hit because there's already these games
Right.
posted. If he gets this one,
Right.
these 10 will equal 13, and I could do a little quick math up here.
Sure.
But I can't see what's going on down there. So there's one
Right.
improvement that I'd love to have
Right.
here is that I could have some live scoring. I'm enjoying seeing Brendan Stramick bowl 800 and go from 40th or whatever all the way up to
Yeah.
top 5.
Right.
So overall, I mean, I'm digging it.
Yeah. Yeah. We do. If we were to do this at one of the Fall Classic or Winter Classic, they do have lane talk at both centers in Waterloo.
Yeah. Yeah, I would welcome that. I really would.
Only I wouldn't do 12 games.
No. Like 10
Or 8.
or 8.
Yeah.
How many would you take
Probably take the same number to Sunday,
that you normally
run
do?
this format for 8 games, and then maybe only just do a step ladder
Yeah.
instead of the longer modified step ladder we do. Or maybe we only take 8 instead of 10 and eliminate one round from the finals. But yeah, I like the format. I just think it really makes it interesting when you make the cut and know that if you got it lined up and put together a string of games, you got a chance to really move up the ladder. I know the year Adam Morse won, I think he came all the way from 42nd or something like that to win.
Yeah, I think the other format that you do is to give more guys an opportunity to win the tournament with
Right.
all that modified everything,
Right.
and this kind of does the same thing.
Right.
Just over a longer period of time.
Mm-hmm.
I'm satisfied with their pace now on 15 and 16, so I'm gonna stop beating them up now. They're up and ready to bowl. Somebody might have texted them, actually. Somebody might have said, hey, they're destroying you guys on the live stream right now.
Yeah, could have happened.
So we got standings. Just got to go to the right screen. I believe these are right. Victor Cortez Jr. after 8 games, 36-78. Cam Crow, 36-16. Zach Andreessen is at 35-37. Brady Stearns in 4th at 35-22. Matt Hibbard up to 5th at 35-14. 1 pin back is Adam Morse now after that 244. That was a big finish. He had 279 working on that one.
Yes, he did.
He'd be in a little better shape, but he still got himself in good contention here. Ryan Powers is 7th at 35-11. At 35-08 is Logan Williams. Darren Bloomquist at 35-03, and you can see the rest of the cast right there. Derek Kindig starting to come on a little bit. At 268 the last game. Spencer Worthman had 269 the last game. I actually talked to him when I went to go get that bottle of water. He walked over and said, thanks for doing the live stream, Mike. I said, hey, man, you're throwing it really good. You're posting your shots. He's like, yeah, for bowling on short, this is the best I've ever done on short. And after that little talk I had with him, he was high in the building with 269. You're welcome, Spencer. I'll give you my address later or my Venmo or something.
Yeah, Spencer's quite a story. He hadn't bowled any of our Greater Iowa events other than our 50-50 doubles in December. And last year for this tournament, Eric Liddy talked him into coming up here and giving it a try. And he had a really good year in the Greater Iowa last year. And now he's convinced he can play on sport conditions and a little tougher stuff. And he's become a huge supporter of the Greater Iowa in a short period of time. So much appreciated there. Derek Kindig's got the front 6 this game down on 7 and 8.
I told you he was coming.
Yeah. I kept score for him the last game last night when they had the little issue with the scoring on 5, 6, 7, and 8. And he had a big game down there at the end last night, so he likes them when they start going away. He's throwing an old hammer, blue hammer.
Yep.
And he made it look really good that game. Shot 260 when everybody else was struggling. I think Trent Mitchell only had 160 maybe or something like that, or 140 something even on that pair. But Derek made it look easy.
Hey, your step ladder later today. What's the practice regimen? What does everybody get practice-wise on that pair?
Well, when they come into the pair, they'll get 3 balls on each lane.
Everybody or just
everybody? Yeah. But then they'll have a practice pair to use to warm up that's been dressed.
So everybody gets to throw 3 balls on the pair, and then does the 4 or 5 match get to bowl any additional practice?
I can't remember if they allowed them to do that in the past. We do redress. So what they probably will do is we'll let them go ahead and warm up on 5 and 6 and then come on and just give them the 3 on each lane.
And then when a new player comes on, they get 3 on each lane?
Yes.
That shot didn't look that bad out of Chad to leave
No,
the 6-7.
Yeah, that really closed in a hurry at the tail end there to come high. Like you say, it looked really good when we let it go.
Cam Crow's pair, they are bowling quick. I didn't even get a chance to go over here and introduce and say that they're all here. So you got Cam Crow, you got Dave Dentlinger down there. These guys are gonna. I love their pace.
All 4 of those, well, 3 of them I know pretty well. I don't know Dawson very well, but the other 3 I know real well. They like to get up and go.
Dawson, Pearson, and Brady Stearns.
Yeah. They like to, when it's their turn, they're there.
Crow's been towards the top of the leaderboard all day. Finds himself in second right now at 36-16.
Ooh. Flat 10er. Or 7, I guess. He's lefty.
He is left-handed, yep. Morse still has 279 left as well. He's got a good look coming through these pairs.
Yes, he does. Ooh, Dawson hit the break. Chad. 2-8-10.
Bob Hochran on the bottom right of your screen.
Oh, my.
Has not missed yet. Yeah, that did not look good.
Wow.
Bob has the front 5, looking for the front 6.
Bring the 10.
Just as I mentioned something.
Yep.
Blame it on me. No problem.
Oh, my. Almost missed all 3 of them. Adam Morse with it open. Right in there.
Brady Stearns. He's always tough in the other two tournaments we do.
Yeah, he's tough everywhere.
Where's he at?
Third or fourth? Third, fourth?
Fourth. Okay, yeah. 244, 266, 231. Has a 184 in there as well. 218, 278, 244, 266 start. Came out like a house of fire.
Still. Yeah, Brady still has room for 233 this game. Dave Dentlinger is making a move. 279 possible. Cam Crow still has room for 225. No, he's got more than that. 245 possible. Victor Cortez still has 235 out there. He went in the 10th and carried a Brooklyn for a double. So you got a little break there.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Kindig just cruising along.
Yeah, he just, oh, he's throwing a different ball
Yeah,
now.
he's not throwing. He's not
throwing the blue hammer
No,
anymore.
he's not.
Went to reactive. Oh, Victor came back and planted one for a big second strike there. Possible 225 for Cameron Crow. Billy Hibbert with a 279 possible still out there. Cameron Crowe, 225. Dave Dentlinger, 235. No, Dave's still got a shot at 279. Excuse me. That must have been. That was Dawson Peterson that had 235. Oh, wow. Oh, that's looking. I got tricked by the TVs again.
It's been happening to me all weekend. All weekend long.
Yep. Crazy. Billy Hibbert leaves a solid 9 to take his chances for 279 out the window.
Brody Green might jump 7 or 8 spots here. Go
Yeah.
from 27th into the top 20.
Yeah.
27th money, $380. 20th money, $500. So about $120 increase here, bowling in the 270s.
Yeah, that's a big number right now.
It's almost like walking up to somebody and saying, "Hey, I'll give you $120 if you bowl 270 or better." And that's essentially what's going on right here. Of course, we got Dentlinger.
Dentlinger shooting the same number, maybe.
Yeah, and
Struggling
where is
early.
Dave?
He was struggling early. But I think
Sometimes
he's
you
come
just.
on.
Oh, here we go. 26th, right there with Brody.
Right with him, yeah.
4 pins ahead. So these two are duking it out right now to see
There's
who's
one
gonna.
279.
Yeah. Dave needs, I think, 8 on this ball to stay ahead of him.
Stay ahead of him. Yep. Yeah.
So 26th and 27th moving up.
Yeah. That's a big double for Adam Morse, too. He rebounding from that open. Still has 222 available. Looks like Zach Andreessen has made the move to the blue dot once again. Double for Adam Morse. One more for 222. Dillinger with 7 count on the fill ball. Will probably be tied with Brody Green. Good chance. $221 for Adam Morse. Bob Hockrein had a shot at 279, but he leaves a 4 pin.
go over there now. About a half frame behind here. These guys have
They picked up the
paced
pace
out a little bit better.
Yep.
Yep. A little bit better. All right, everybody, we got big viewership here. I want to thank everybody for tuning in. I want to welcome you into the last 3 games. As soon as we get out of game 9, we'll be in game 10, 10, 11, and 12 here from the 11thframe.com Open, the 2024 edition. Mike and Joe here talking to you right here from Dubuque, Iowa, inside the Diamond Joe Casino at the wonderful Cherry Lanes right here with you. I want to thank our sponsors, of course, Ebonite, the Dubuque Regional Sports Commission, Diamond Joe Casino and Cherry Lanes donating the lineage here this weekend. IAMBowling, don't forget you can save 25% with coupon code GIBA. That's year round. Also the Steen team, Brandon Steen at Stride Bank Structure Real Estate. Jeff Riggles from the 11thframe.com and Quick Trip and Quick Star, where we should all get our gas coming in and out of town. And of course, if you want to find out more information about these great events, head over to giba-bowling.com. That's the Greater Iowa Bowling Association. We got an event coming up in a couple of weeks right here on Inside Bowling. It's the Ebonite Fall Classic. Still openings in that one, Joe?
No.
Full?
We are full with about 25 right now on the waiting list.
25 on a waiting list.
Yep, full field for that one is 168 bowlers.
And as these groups finish here, I'm going to bring us all the way back over here and take a look at our current tournament leader, Victor Cortez Jr. Victor is bowling with Derek Kendig, Lucas Hersrud, and Nick Reidler. That was our second group that came through. They were in the 5th through 8th positions. Letter A is Derek Kendig, letter B is Lucas Hersrud, letter C is Victor Cortez Jr., and letter D is Nick Reidler. And of course, next door, moving just one pair to the right, is the Peterson, Stearns, Crow, and Dentlinger group. We'll have a stepladder final coming up for you immediately following these last 3 games. I need to go change the time in our scheduling software. Joe, what would be a good time to change this stepladder to?
What time is it now? What do we have? Hour and a half here, then they have to dress. They're not going to dress that many pairs, 3 pairs, I believe.
4 p.m.?
Yeah, probably. What do we have it at before?
3.
3? Yeah. What time is it now?
2:09.
2:09. We got an hour and a half. Yeah, 3:30. Yep, 4 o'clock, probably. Our leader starts with a double, and they both look good. We'll see. Brody Green's starting to feel it.
Yeah, there's something about these pairs when guys come through. If they bowl a big game starting over here, they just
Yep,
kind of continue it through.
Yeah. There's been a lot of strings on these pairs for sure.
These pairs play very similar.
Looks that way.
There's still openings at Bowlerama.
There are at Bowlerama, and there are some at Cedar Rapids Bowling Center. And I still have openings in the Iowa Open. Those will fill up fairly quick once we get to the 3 weeks from now at the Fall Classic. I don't have a lot of openings for Bowlerama. Or CRBC, there's a few more. We have 32 lanes to work with there. Cameron Crowe left 6-8 on lane 12 the first time. He made a little adjustment and left the bucket, so that's something to watch.
Yep. Hey, Ethan, if you want to sign up for the event, shoot Joe an email. Your email is available on giba-bowling.com, right? Yeah, shoot that over there, okay?
Or you can Facebook message me, or
yeah, I don't think this communication in the chat room right now to sign you up is going to be the best way to get in a tournament.
no, no, not really.
I'll just have to move some cameras over and should be good to go.
Yeah.
I was wondering if that one was going to get back from out there, and Dave trips the 2-pin.
Oh, yes.
Wow.
Yeah, that was fortunate.
All right, scores coming in. All these scores, everybody, are found at the top of the chat room. You can go to see all the scores for yourself, but I'll pop them up right now. Victor Cortez Jr. still leads, 39-46. Cameron Crowe second at 38-71. Ryan Powers third at 37.83. At 37.75 is Darren Bloomquist in fourth. He's made a nice run today.
Yes, he has.
Adam Morris is fifth at at 37.61, I should say. Matt Hibbert is at 37.53. At 37.51 is Derek Kindig. Brian Thompson at 37.47. Logan Williams at 37.44. Stearns at 37.25. 37-17 is Andreessen. Brandon Runknow at 3,700. Look at Brandon's last 3 games.
Yeah. 750.
Yeah, so
boy, you can go all the way down to about almost 20th spot, and there's not that. One big game could move you in the top 5.
Darren Bloomquist was 48th coming into today. He was the number. And Bloomquist is now in 4th.
Darren was our point leader last year for the Greater Iowa, so he won a spot in the USBC Masters tournament for being the point leader, and he is solid. when he gets it going, he can throw a lot of strikes. Yeah, he'll be actually coming down to 7 and 8 the next game because he's going to be on the pair following our top group from the qualifying. Yeah, Victor Cortez started with a 3-bagger, but he just split the 4th, so. That was a wicked messenger that missed its mark. Just about broke the kickback, but Cam leaves a 7-pin.
You know, Del Ballard back in the day always said that Flanagan live streams, lefties always do good. It's been a while since he said that.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Didn't have anything to do with lefties being good bowlers, or?
Well, he just said that, you know, like I said, I'm dating myself back a bit, but so I was just kind of thinking about this event, right? I streamed this the very first year, and Matt McNeil won.
Yes, he did.
Stubler won it one year, right? Stubler won this thing?
Yeah, you didn't stream it.
No. I was just kind of thinking about where we might be with lefties and righties here a little bit. I was just thinking Cam Crow's been steady as ever here.
Yeah.
I kind of feel like it's Cam's event. I know there's Victor's out, you know, doing better than him in that, but Cam's just seemed pretty laser focused here.
Yes, he has.
I like what Cam's got going on here. Trying to think about maybe my prediction who's going to win the tournament. I'm kind of like a Cam Crow, and I'm like, well, that's a lefty. Kindig can't get that one to finish.
Yeah, that was very late. Oh, didn't finish to pick up the 2-4 either. Oh, I see Mark London just walked in, so I may be turning over this microphone.
Yeah, I need to go for a walk too.
Yeah.
I'll strap him in here in the booth.
Yeah. I've got some things I can do before we wrap this up and get ready for the payout for the non-step ladder finalists. So I will go ahead and sign out and let Mark come in the booth here.
Ah, brother, appreciate you. I think you're 2. Yep. That's Joe Engelkiss, everybody. Appreciate him coming by, spend a little bit of time with me here in the booth for a couple games. Always nice to have some company. He's running a great event. He's got everything under control. That's why I was able to come over and spend some time. If you don't bowl Joe's events, you certainly should consider it. Great payouts, evenly distributed too. So like, you know, you can have a top 10 finish and go home with some good money in your pocket. I will switch up the stream here. Show you how some other players are doing. Stretch my legs, be right back. Well, Joe called it when he came through. Brody Green has found a nice look to the pocket as the front 8 now.
Well, you know what's going to happen now is he's going to save a video of this and show his team members to be as he helps coach Clark University starting next week. The bowling team.
That's Mark London, everybody, back in the booth to join us here. You here for the rest of the day?
Absolutely.
Nice.
Yep. Well, might as well. The backwards golden birthday is in full swing here at the ballpark.
Well,
Absolutely.
happy birthday, sir.
Yeah.
So we got front 9, and then we've also got the 276 available here as well.
Yes, I'm waiting to see if another $2.99 will be worth only 47 bonus pins.
That's Nate Vanderbeek.
We have quite the log jam for scores between 13th and 2nd. For all those spots, it's about 80 some odd pins. 80-ish. Victor Cortez still leading. Picked up 33 bonus pins with his 235 in game number 9. Cameron Crowe, 225, picked up 30. And Derek Kindig picked up 45 with his 268. The high game, last game 9, was the aforementioned Brody Green making a run. Currently in 21st. And let's see if I can do old people's math. 200 pins out of the show.
Yeah, remember here, bonus pins, 48 players bowling. The highest game in the building gets 48 bonus pins. Second highest game, 47, and so on, all the way down to 1 bonus pin. You don't want to be the guy that gets 1 bonus pin. That's a good goal for the day. No single-digit bonus pins the whole day.
That's right there with being red leader at a regional. You don't want to do that. Or at really any tournament. Wow. He's Cameron Crowe getting a little atomic there.
Yeah, the best he can do is 218.
Well, considering he on the first shot, in the first frame, he yanked it pretty good with a left 6-8.
Dawson with the strike. Of course, Brody threw the first one in the 10th, has the front 10 now. 276 max.
Plus, you got to be
Also
thinking.
here on this pair.
You've got a bunch of numbers guys around you up in the top, and you're okay. So the game is in front of you. It's literally in front of you. You can reach out and touch it, so you know what you need to get. You don't have to guess. You don't have to, go into total, surround sound drive. You just, okay, this is what I need. All right. Just get out and do it. Clean off his hand. Ooh, I thought that was to be a pinch high, but that just set.
Front 11 now.
As I turn my head to my right and see his lovely bride. Looking anxious.
Brody came in 13th today. It's in 21st right now. It's come on here the last few games, 249, 238, 255, 279, looking to close things out with 2 to go here in game number 10 with a perfect game.
Could be, I think, the third one this weekend.
Victor Cortez had one today.
A little left. Oh.
$2.99.
99. All right, still. Bonus pins are bonus pins.
And I can't see all the way down to the other end of the building, so I don't know if there's any 300s or not this game.
I could take a quick run and check that.
Oh, that's all right. We'll have the scores momentarily.
Yeah. I've noticed so far today that if you compare this to like a Viper pattern, PBA Viper, at least the original Viper, where you could either play the gutter or go into third, fourth arrow and kind of bump 5 board, that inside shot is a little more in play today with the people that are throwing.
Yep, Derek Kindig here. Best he can do is 160. He was in 7th coming into this game. This is going to drop him quite a bit. It's a disastrous game for Kindig. Cortez is going to bowl possible 212 if he strikes out, which isn't a huge game for him. He's been averaging much higher than that. So this pair being a little bit tricky. And then you've got letter C there is, well, that's Victor. Letter D is Nick Reidler. He can get to 238 and only 201 left for Lucas Herzrud. So the leaders coming through that were leading coming into today, the top 8 players at least, having some struggles here on lanes 9 and 10. And right next door, you've got Cam Crow with 218, 249 was posted for Dawson Peterson. Dintlinger can still bowl 226, and Brady Stearns 257. So just kind of shows you what's going on there. Stearns is currently right now in 10th, 37-25. He is 36 back of the show right now. Big 250 game here. Going to put him right there.
Always a good spot with 2 to go. And of course, he's going to finish on 15 and 16, the pair that I've mentioned forever that the lanes play pretty much identical. Rolls a 4-pin, yes, and gets the foul.
Nate Vanderbeek came in 14th today. He's 44th right now, but that Brooklyn right there will give him 276. So a nice game for Nate.
Apologize if I missed it before, but do we know what pair the step ladder is on?
15 and 16.
Aha. Ooh.
What's up with 15 and 16?
Oh, I made hell freeze over on that pair.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah. The streak of the unofficial PBA record of most tournaments bowled before a win was broken on that pair.
Oh, wow.
Strangely, no video exists of it, but oh well. I know what happened. I got the funniest looking grins from Rich Weber and Brian Hill, our lane guy. Rest in peace. They play identical. Even in league, they play identical. Ooh.
All right, going to game 11 now.
As Jennifer's getting the scores, we'll have those in a few minutes for you. And if you want to know the scores up to date that we have, click on the link on the top of the chat. It'll have it all for you. If you wanted to check squad by squad from yesterday, it's all there.
Sister Hazel, 1993 maybe? All for you. or a little later than that. Sister Hazel, 1996.
Ooh, all right.
All for you.
Close.
Got some new players coming in on lanes 9 and 10. And those were your leaders coming into today. Zach Andreessen, Brandon Cryer, Brian Thompson, and Ryan Powers. Derek Kendig, Lucas Hersrud, Victor Cortez Jr., Nick Reidler. That's who we have on the bottom right of your screen currently. And then going through the rest here, we got Cam Crow front and center with Dave Dintlinger, Dawson Peterson, Brady Stearns, along with Brody Green, Nate Vanderbeek, Kyle Kroll, and Adam Morse.
I apologize for not getting the cut number right. I thought it'd be 71 or 79, but oh well.
Yeah, it came in about 20 pence higher than what we were thinking.
92 was the magic number.
A few more spots got paid, though.
Oh, that's good.
Took 84 to cash. Game 11 on the left side of your screen. Game 10 still on the right side of your screen.
Cameron Crowe looking a little puzzled.
Well, he's just going to keep hitting the pocket.
Well, I know,
and
but
take his lumps.
If
You know,
it's- I don't know if
bowl is 210 to 270, wherever it may lie.
didn't get quite the reaction he was looking for. He probably threw it pretty well, but it just didn't quite get the jump in the last 15 feet. I don't know if there's another, if it's lefty traffic or just.
Well, yeah, I mean, we're in game 11.
He might have missed it just a little bit.
I mean, Crow has bowled 225 and 216 the 2 games before the prior game. He bowled 210 last game. So he's averaging right at around 220, maybe 218 the last 3 games. So, yeah, certainly there's some carry down.
You're still getting some points, but not, you
Yeah,
know.
and he had 233, 244, 247 before that. And then going even further back than that, 262, 234. Looks like he started with 246, 256, 234, 262, 247. So all his score came on the fresh, where the back ends were hooking. Now there's that carry down. Now he's in a spot where he's not going to switch to reactive.
No.
He's not going to do anything goofy. He's just going to keep throwing the same ball he's been using all day, hitting the 1-3, and at times it's not going to finish really well for him.
Just a little, old school, grind it out. Throw it at the 2-pin and see what happens. And we'll keep an eye on Brody Green. He's coming off 570 the last two games, 79 and 99.
Again, everybody, if you're just tuning in, I pushed the step ladder back to 4 o'clock today. 4 o'clock will be the step ladder. Might even be just after that. We'll see. Scores are being entered in right now. We'll see how they shake out.
And Jeff will have his story tomorrow in the 11thframe.com. And if I can get it done in time, the Dubuque Telegraph Herald will have one for the Monday online edition and the Tuesday print edition. That was the look Cameron was looking for.
Yeah, hook stop.
Yeah.
Hook stop.
Curious to see his next shot on 14, what that's going to look like.
247 was the high game the last game. Nope, maybe not. Never mind. Let's see what it was. Oh, 299.
Then it was
257.
257. Okay.
Oh, there was a 279 as well, Bloomquist. So now they're getting ready to sort it. I'm watching it updating in live time. And it looks like we have them now. So let's all take a look at them together.
All righty, there we go.
Oh, one more sort.
Okay.
Notice how it's changing.
Yep. As live as we can make it. Yeah, that was a nice jump from for Brady Stearns from $184 with only 7 up to 250.
I think we're updated now.
So that's an average of 26, but.
So Victor Cortez Jr., 41.83. Cameron Crowe, 41.21. 41.01 for Darren Bloomquist. 40.64 for Ryan Powers. Fifth right now is Brady Stearns at 40.27. Zach Andreessen is now 29 pins out in sixth. Adam Moore's within striking distance. Brian Thompson as well. Same with Logan Williams. Garrett Meadows also still right there. Matt Hibbert still has a shot at this show. Brody Green as well. And Derek Kendig. And Brandon Runk. Brandon Runk, somebody asked how did Brandon bowl the last game? 186. 186 his number. Derek Kendig, that 157 really hurt him. Tommy Barnwell, 256, trying to get in contention as well. All those standings are available when you click the link.
Last shot on 14 for Crowe looked pretty good. Got around it just a shade more, a little more side roll, which got it to kick on the back end a little bit harder and hit high flush. Four, 6, 7 for Brady Stearns on 13 after going strike, spare, strike. Even for those who finish lower in the standings, they'll have the advantage when the league starts up in the next couple of weeks here of being quite sharp. When you're used to threading the needle at 5 different spots down the lane with speed and rev rate, it makes the house china look like like you're standing 5 feet in front of the hole.
Yeah.
Kindig with a nice strike there. I noticed that the players are getting around it a little bit more. He wasn't, not as much, when he was throwing that blue hammer in front of us yesterday, he was more up the back. This one he got around the side a little bit, and it's still, he got through the front at the right angle, so it created a little more hold. And that's a dangerous man right there. Straight up 2. Boom. Now he's got area. I would not be surprised to see him sheet it from here.
Yeah, you said he looked puzzled when he left the 10 pin. It's just because of how much speed and power he's going into the pins. He expects them to all fall down every time.
Right. And you could just see the label illustrating more of an end over end without enough.
Let's take a peek next door, see how these scores are coming in right now. Garrett Kindig's strike spare double. It's a nice improvement over what he did the last game with 150. Still not out of this with 2 to play. He's going to need a couple big games, though.
And the question, has Zach Andreessen thrown plastic yet? Nope, he's looked at it. Still has a decent look with his pitch black.
Ooh.
Whoa.
Got away with one there.
Whoa.
Yeah, there's definitely some carry down now for us to see Brandon over there miss the head pin completely.
And on the right side, Cortez up on 12. Almost a massive great break, still leaving only the 4. Usually if you get the early bump, but with a little bit of carry down, it mellows it out a little bit on the back end, so.
Yeah, and he has 1 strike through 5 frames. 1 strike through 5. You can take that, Mark.
All right.
Bowler Dan wants to know what are some of the popular balls we're seeing out here today. We're seeing a lot of urethane going down the lane early. The lefties kind of stay in it all day. Outside of that, you're seeing some polished ASIMs, some polished symmetrical balls. It's pretty much all over the board, my man, but mostly urethane. We've seen a lot of urethane going down the lane, which is your pitch black, purple hammers, IQ 78s, black hammers. Cam Crow right now is throwing a black hammer. How many pins back is he of Cortez currently?
62.
62. Well, not for long.
No.
Because Cam Crow can max at 280 through 6 frames, and Cortez only has 1 strike through 5 frames, but is clean. So Cam Crow looking to go to the lead here in game number 11.
Brady Stearns with a strike on 13 after a ball change. Lane he just left the 4-6-7 on a few moments ago. Stearns with 88 in the 5th. And sheet out for 238. Oh, 62. There's that magic number today. Jeez. Cortez with a runaway. But they all fell. They still counts the same. But knowing, as we all do, that it could have been way worse. Brody Green with the front 5 on 15-16. Well, let's see. You can say anything you want, just phrase it carefully. Well, Brody Green just walked by our booth and looked at me and did something nonverbal, but I'll just leave it at that.
Cam Crow, another strike.
Yes. I was going to mention, I think, if I remember correctly, the city record here in town is 868. I believe I heard that this past year. I don't know if that's the current record, but that's... So technically, that could be breached by Mr. Green if he...
Well, it's games, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9?
Yeah, that's true, yeah. That's only 11, yeah. Oh, okay, we'll have to...
So what do you do? What do you do 7, 8, 9?
Well, we can start with 10, 11, 12. He's got the 99 start in game 10.
He had 238, 255, 279.
I think somebody in the chat said 833.
Yeah, but you can't.
It's in 3-game.
Yeah, 3-game
increments. Yeah.
Yeah, you can't just pick where you started.
Right. But so it'd be 10, 11, 12.
Yeah. So what do you have? Game 10. He had 2.
$299.
Okay. This game
So
he's got what?
5.
Okay. All right.
So
All right. He's halfway.
Yeah. Okay. Senior moment. Sorry, my bad.
No, you're good. We just can't take the 279 from game 9.
Andrew Willems checking in. Thank you, Andrew. Yes, I do feel older today. Wow. Nice little runaway there. Boy, that Cortez might be onto something. I know he's not looking to do that again for field. It's generally not. You're using all of your margin of error.
There was a question about Bloomquist on what he was doing. Triple, 8 spare, 9 spare, double. And he's over on 7 and 8. Victor Cortez has found a double in the 6th and the 7th. Again, Cam Crow looking to go to the lead. Trailing Cortez. Cortez bottom right of your screen. If he strikes out, is 247. Crow can bowl 280, so that'd be a difference of 33 pins plus bonus. And right now he's currently behind again, 62. So that'd be pretty close.
After a ball change, Cortez flush. Kindig up on 12. He is currently 107 out of the show, but he's working on a 5-bagger. Gets the dime to drop with that Don Johnson follow through. That works if you feel it hang just a pitch. Yeah, M2 visuals, exactly. Oh, jeez. Got to see it live. I'm sure you have. And if you haven't, you're in for a treat. You can just see it about 30 feet. The ball just getting ready to explode. Stearns with a half solid 10. The spare, the most he can sheet for is 240, or no, I'm sorry, 147 with a spare. That'd be 207. Stearns currently in 5th. And the 6th place bowler, Zach Andreessen, is 29 behind him. That little traffic jam between 5th and 20th got a little bit wider. The Gapers block is broken up on I-94, I-294. And let's see what Cortez can do to take advantage of the runaway Brooklyn he got earlier. Should be fine.
What a nice recovery for Kendig here after bowling 150. Kendig now has 280 left. That was his shot in the 9th, bottom right of your screen. Cortez is up on this this right lane here on 12, and Cam's going to go up right behind him. Cam's watching this shot. He's eyeing the lead. And there's a 4-pin, so I anticipate Cam getting up here. If he strikes on this one, you're probably going to see some emotion, and Victor's going to see it immediately, and he knows that he's about to get past here.
Not only see it, but hear it.
Yep, right here. Cam's got to be careful not to throw it past the break point.
Nope. Nice controlled shot.
Yep, Victor feels it coming. A lot of score here.
And we still got 1 game to go.
Pattern's really held up well today. Much higher scoring than in years past, even though it's the exact same pattern.
And I think it just takes a while for guys to figure out what to throw, what looks best. You've got that multiple choice question ongoing where, okay, I got 4 balls, I got, 4 different lines. Which one's going to work the best now? You gotta find the 80% right answer or the 95% right answer. But in 2 games, it might be the one that's 40% right now that might be your best selection. That's just how it goes. Thank you, Scott Merritt. Good to see you checking in, my friend. I think you could have whacked this today. Fellow competitor on the 50 Midwest Tour. Who on a bad shot has only twice as many revs as I do. And I wanted to mention before we got done here that that I remember seeing that messenger from Alexis Runk yesterday over here on, I think it was 11. And then I got to see her throw it live today. Yep. I think I have her beat in revs by 1. I think I'm up to, I don't know, maybe 12 now. Old school measurement. A little wide. Nope. Oh, I couldn't tell if he took a little bit off that, but man, there has been no doubt, no question about anything so far. And Brody Green set to come up on 15. After the front 6, 9 spare, 9 spare. Good sheet out for 268. Meanwhile, Crow is looking at solid being in the 270s after this shot. And those 48 bonus pins. Right. Oh, he's got room. The man has room. Well, he's got 3 boards to hit, so that's nothing wrong with that. It's a nice feeling to have when you can get that and just kind of relax. Just not relax, not just go limp or anything, but just relax and, you know, get back in that groove where you know the muscle memory's there, the knowledge base is there. You just got to execute the shot. Trust the process. And Stone's at 8-4, 2-7-9.
Yeah, and he goes to the lead in game 11. He passes Victor Cortez. Cam Crow is your new leader, doing it right next door to the leader. Derek Kendig left that 10-pin up in the 10th frame, so he is not going to have 280 this game, but a nice bounce back. Is this the Century Award? What do you have last game? 150 for Derek Kendig, 13th? 157?
157, yep.
And he can bowl 259 this game with a spare, and at least 8. He'll get the Century Award. Kentlinger can still get to 248. Bloomquist can bowl 246, by the way. I know somebody was interested in his score. He has 196 in the 8th with a spare up in the 9th and just threw the first one in the 10th. Also, 257 was bowled by letter C on the Bloomquist pair, which is Dakota Vostri. Dakota Vostri had 257. Roger Taylor Jr. had 196. And the best Tommy Barnwell can bowl is 196.
The famed Dakota Vostri. Quite the humorous posts on social media from him. If you haven't seen him, go check him out. And Brady Stern's not having the best game. Grab a test ball for the fill shot. Strike would give him $187. Not what he was looking for in as he was in 5th.
Mark, if you could do the quick math for me. Brady Stearns with that 187, right? That takes him to what?
That takes him to 42-14.
So then Derek Kendig add 259 to his score.
Kendig.
How close does that put those two? And then I'm going to do the bonus pin thing in a second.
41-69.
So how many pins separate those two? That was 13th to 5th. That was a big game in 13th, a low game in 5th.
Before bonus pins, it's 45.
Okay, and with a 187 bonus pin wise, probably going to get single digits. Pretty close to it. And Kendig with 259 is probably going to get somewhere around 40. So those guys now 13th to 5th in one game.
Would be flip-flopping.
It's probably 15, 20 pin difference with a game to go. That's just how easy things can change.
the only group in front of us still bowling, finishing up the final bowlers as they start their 10th frame on 15-16. On the right side screen, Zach Andreessen starts off on 12. Trying to determine what that was, which ball that was. It was kind of a off shiny. Probably a box mat finish at something, maybe 1,000 or 2,000. Smelled pretty good. Mr. Flanagan sampling some of our filament food. And Eric Kent, sorry, I didn't quite catch what Bloomquist had that last game. We'll find out within the next couple minutes once all the scores have been tallied. For those Chicago area bowlers, I think this is a shot that Vinny Biondo would probably do quite well on, even though he would not admit so, being he is a 50-age player at the moment. Having seen him crush said patterns for 30 years with that shot, his A game is still pretty good. And you can tell him I said that too. Oh, thanks for the update, Brian Blomquist, 246 in game number 11. Thanks, Brian. So we certainly have a what we call an old-fashioned log jam. Could be a surprise or two popping up in the stepladder finals that we'll know in about the next 15 minutes or so.
Yeah, scores are being updated right now in the spreadsheet as we speak, so we'll have those scores probably in about 60 seconds for you. We'll be able to paint a picture here and see where we're at. If you guys are listening in the back office, if we could get 2 printouts up here in the booth for the last game, 2 printouts in the booth if you guys are listening in the back office. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kendig in an interesting spot here. He's crossed over on 13 now. I think he's going to need a score. I think he's going to need a number here. That 150 Bolden game 10 has really put him in a bad spot. He rebounded nicely the last game, but he's going to need another one.
He's going to need at least a 60.
Yeah, and he's running out of frames. So that's a player to watch. Going to need a lot of strikes out of him. Just early in this game 12 right now. Step ladder coming up after. Should be about 4 o'clock. We'll get started with the step ladder. Maybe just slightly after, actually. Cam Crow went to the lead. We do know that. Take a peek over here. Bloomquist. Sticky 7. Another player to keep an eye on here. All right, let's see how we're doing. Almost sorted. We are sorted now. Cam Crow had the high game in the building. Goes to the lead. Let's bring the scores up quickly. You got Cam Crow leading at 44-48. Then we've got Victor Cortez at 44-26. Bloomquist is at 43-90. Ryan Powers in 4th at 43.25. Wow, quite a bit of a gap. 42-26, Adam Morse. 42-26. So, 99 pins back. So your top 4 are kind of set here, barring anything crazy happening. Adam Morse 5th at 42-26. Then you got Matt Hibbert at 42-24. Brady Stearns at 42-22. At 42-16 is Kendig. 42-03, Logan Williams. 41-97, Zach Andreessen. Brandon Runk, 41-87. 41-86 is Brody Green. Vostry's at 41-82. We got a 41-74 in there. Basically, it's really anybody's ball game here. There's a lot of folks vying for one spot.
At least 12.
Unless there's a big, big disaster. So we just need to keep the eye open for 270 games, 260 games, because whoever's going to bowl 260 or 270 is probably going to be the guy that's going to grab that 5 spot. So Andreessen is one of the guys we want to watch. And Andreessen is off to a really bad start. Really bad start for Andreessen. He's in 10th. He was towards the top of the leaderboard most of the day, but he's got a 189, a 176, and a 189 in 3 of his last 4 games. So Andreessen not going to be a factor here today.
And Kendig is having more trouble on this pair. Just went spare, and face for this. Went to 210. Even with a conversion, he would still need to strike out to have at least a little chance of getting in.
Logan Williams, where is Logan? I see him down there. He's on like lanes 23 and 24. Derek Kendig is right here in front of us on 13. Brady Stearns is right over there. He's on 15 and 16, right?
Yeah, I could run down to check Logan's score, see what he's at right now.
I'm just getting an idea of where we need to be focusing our attention.
Mm-hmm.
Matt Hibbard. Where is Matt Hibbard? He's bowling with Brian Tippett and those guys. Brendan Ceramic. He's made a huge run today. He's right over there.
Okay.
So he's over on 7 and 8. Adam Morse is should just be off to our right. It's bowling with Kyle Kroll, Vanderbeek. So they're over on 17 and 18. Ryan Powers is right in front of us, 11 and 12. Bloomquist is right here on 11 and 12. Victor Cortez is on 13 and 14, and Cam Crow's on 15 and 16. So Logan Williams and Brandon Runk, a couple people to keep an eye on. Brody Green as well. But they're going to need some numbers. So let's just say Brandon Runk, if he was going to make it in, 41.87 is his number. He is 13 and in 26, so he is 39 back right now, the number 5 seed. So really, Adam Morse is the player we really need to keep an eye on. Morse is on lane 17. So do we know what he started with yet?
And Brady Stearns picking up a 10-pin spare in the third after a double.
Morse has doubled to start. So Morse has gone strike to start.
You said Hibbard's on
Hibbard
19?
is on 7.
Oh, okay. All right. He's up right now.
Hibbard has got 7 spare, 9 out, triple. That 9 out could bite him.
I hate those drives home when you're thinking, boy, shame I whiffed that dime in the last game.
Yep.
Ugh. What does it take to win a regional after 26 years? Stuff like that. Cortez is not having a good look. He's clean, but he's not. He's just has the double, but he's not leaving anything that's obscene either. So. Crow picking up the 3-pin. Crow only has 1 strike. Spare strike, spare. 59 on the third. There it is, plastic. for Andreessen.
And again, Andreessen probably not going to make it.
No. After going duck hook face, spare, and deciding that in is not where it's at least for the shape he has.
Adam Morse is up on lane 18. He's got the front 3. And he's left a 2-5.
2-5. His body English said he was hoping for something good. Look out, yeah.
Hibbard is 2 pins behind, but he is pacing ahead of Hibbard right now. Brady Stearns at 42-22 is another player we really need to keep a close eye on here. Brady's on lane 15 right now. Like, not right now, but on that pair right now. Brady has started with double 9 spare strike. He's the player. If I had to go up to the window and place a bet on who I'm putting in the top 5 for that 5th spot, it's going to be Brady Stearns.
Agreed. Brady's been whacking the Central Bowlers Association group of tournaments in the Twin Cities for the last 5 years now. And he does have one career 36 bagger, so.
Derek Kendig just 7-10'd. I'm scratching him from being able to make it into the top 5.
13 and 14 not being very kind on the right side at the moment. Brody Green, spare, split, double on 17 and 18. He could max out for 251.
Four-bagger now down there for Matt Hibbard. Ryan Powers over here on 11. Got to keep an eye on him as well. Letter D over here. Strike, open, spare, double. He is 99 pins ahead, but just something to keep an eye on. Also, we need to make sure Bloomquist doesn't bowl a horrific game. He's doing good. Victor Cortez. Letter C over here on 13. Right now is got one double and is clean, so he's looking okay. Cam Crow's in a good spot too, so he's fine. So again, it basically boils down to trying to find a 5 seed. Crow, Cortez, Bloomquist, Powers most likely in your top 4. Adam Morse is trying to protect. He still has 278 left. He is through 5 frames.
And Hibbert is up on 7 on a 4-bagger.
Yep. Spare 9 out 4-bagger. Just got it 5 in a row. He's chasing by 2 pins behind Morse, trying to apply pressure. Brady Stearns also working on a max score 279 through 5 frames. Stearns again is just 4 pins back of this number 5 seed spot.
And Powers, high flush for a 3-bagger. After strike, open, 9 spare.
I'm going to take a quick run down to Runk and Williams, just to double check they're not bowling 300.
Okay. Like we said, it's about a dozen players going for 1 spot. Cortez on 14 has a flush strike, still clean. 108 in the 5th, can sheet it for 258. And as long as I have a second here, I'll run down. Cameron Crowe is our leader, 44-48. 22 pins back is Victor Cortez Jr., who was the leader for the last several games. 36 pins behind him is Darren Bloomquist at 43.90, 43.25. 65 pins back of 3rd is Ryan Powers. Adam Morris is 99 pins back in 5th of 4th place.
Scratch Runk. Runk's only going to be in the 2-0s.
Okay.
And Logan Williams has like 250 left halfway through the game, but it's going to need a lot of strikes. Just got another strike up on the board for Hibbard. So Hibbard now 58, 88, 118, 148. He can bowl what, 268? 58, 88, 118, 148, 170. Yep, 268 max for Hibbard. 268 the max there. Morse can still bowl 278. It's his max. Again, he is 2 pins ahead. Brady Stearns just got 8 spare. So he can bowl 257.
Powers with a, I'm not going to use the word because it's Rob Stone's. I don't believe in that, so it's a 4-bagger. But playing 2 different lines on 11 and 12. He's throwing it a pinch wider on 11. There's a bigger hook spot. And on 12, he's keeping it tight because it's got a hang spot.
Here's the scores over here on lanes 9 through 12, everybody. Bloomquist can still bowl 240.
was going at a Dutch pace until that soft 10.
Yep.
Now the spare, it's down to 229 max.
Thanks, Scott. Appreciate it. So, Matt Hibbard, he is showing up in big ways. He's going to be up in the 9th frame. Again, he can max at 268 after the spare open. He has struck every single shot up through the 8th. I'll give you the radio call. He'll be up on lane 7 here in just a moment. Morse is up on 17 and just left the 10 pin. And again, there's only 2 pins separating these two guys, so a huge shot for Matt Hibbard coming up. I'm actually going to full screen this side. You'll see the ball go down the lane over there. Strike in the 9th for Matt Hibbard on lane 7.
Dead flush.
Right now, he's got the wood to go around Adam Morse. 257 the max for Morse, if I'm seeing this correctly. Yes, 257 now Morse's max score. Hibbard can get to 268. It's coming down to the wire. Meanwhile, Brady Stearns can still bowl 257, who's over on lane 16, letter D. Cam Crow just taking a victory lap at this point. He's going to be your top seed.
And once we get to the title match, I'll mention something. I just picked up something physically that he's doing to create a little more back end, even through the limited carry down that there is over there. Blomqvist up on 10.
Dakota Vostri mounting a nice charge. Just came over and asked if he's done. If he can't get there, he's got 260 left. 268 for Dakota. I think he'll be just short. Stearns and Morse are the two guys we really need to keep an eye on over there. But Hibbard is up on the approach right now, stepping up in the 10th frame, and he can actually he can grab the 5 spot right here. He can grab it right here. Boom! First one in the 10th for Matt Hibbard.
Half pocket, huge hit.
He's looking to grab the 6th seed. Again, he's 2 pins behind Adam Morse. Morse can only max at 257. Matt Hibbard, that shot puts him in the 250s. If he gets this next shot right here, he'll be in the 260s. And I believe that's going to solidify him into the top 5. He'll be our number 5 seed, Matt Hibbard, over on lane 8. And he opened in the 2nd frame, missed a single pin, and he has persevered and has been able to compound 7 strikes.
That's how you erase it.
And they've been clutch, man. They've been dead flush every one of these shots. 10 back every time. Hibbard on the approach on lane 8.
After Stearns left a half 10 on 16. Now he's looking at 47 max.
There it is to make the ladder. I believe he's in the ladder now. I don't think anybody can get around him because Morse can't get there. Stearns can't get there. Logan Williams can't get there, and there's nobody else with enough wood left. Matt Hibbard is in. That's impressive.
260s, man, that's something. Those are fun games.
And what I say about 10 minutes ago, we just need to look to see who's going to bowl 260 or 270, and that's who's going to make it in, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's exactly what the pace has been here. Matt Hibbard going to go around to Adam Morse. So we're going to have Cam Crow, Victor Cortez Jr., Darren Blomqvist, Ryan Powers, and Matt Hibbard, and not in any particular order, although we do know Cam Crow is going to be the number 1 seed. Beautifully bowled. Beautifully bowled.
Excellent game. Top notch. Trips the 4 from the back. Backdoor 4 for 268. That's the way to make a statement.
Ryan Powers, I believe, is going to go around Blomqvist. I think Powers is going to be the 3 seed. Blomqvist is going to be the 4 seed.
Powers could also go around Cortez. Need to keep an eye on that with the bonus pins.
Cortez maxing out at 15, 215 with the spare in the 9th here upcoming.
Yeah, and Powers can still bowl 76, 106, 130, 256. So with bonus pins, I mean, the difference between a 215 and a 250 game, there's probably 20 or 30 bonus pins in there. Probably at least 25 bonus pins. So that would take Powers to 50. I don't know if Powers can get around Cortez. That's going to be tough, but it's possible. Math is still there. If Cortez opens or something. Meanwhile, take a look at Cameron Crowe with the hat on right here. Cameron Crowe's only going to have to bowl one game to take home this year's version of the 11thframe.com Open. Cam Crowe. And steady as can be.
And then we got to find out the bonus round question. Did he put himself in the You Bet You Win pot?
I'm sure he did.
Yep. Well, we can confirm that later on in a few moments. All right, I'll mention that thing now. If his if Crowe's push away goes a little bit further left, that's how he creates a little more back end. And if you read this week's Ipsia newsletter that I just wrote, like that, here it comes. From way downtown, bang.
It's the first one in the 10th here.
That's how he creates it.
259 the max for Crowe. Again, keeping an eye on Powers over here going into the 10th frame. You need to keep an eye on the Powers, Bloomquist, and Cortez scores here.
Yep.
Bob Hochran's getting angry at Logan Williams.
Somebody, disrespected a ball return. Don't want to do that right now. Powers with another first shot in the 10th, 7-bagger. Max out for 56. And if you bowl enough here, you know that Hookie doesn't put up with that at all, period. Anyway, back to Crowe on 15. Looked to be a little, it almost looks soft. Just
looked good to me. Ryan Powers now up here. Second shot in the 10th. Getting that ball to peel. 256 the max.
Boy, how often do you get to a tournament and you see these excellent games in the final game of before the step ladder? Not every day.
Cortez ahead of Powers by 101 pins. Did Bloomquist finish with 180? No. That's not right. Hold on. What did Bloomquist? Bloomquist, letter D on the Barnwell pair. 191 is what's left. 191 for Bloomquist. Powers finishes with 253. So with 253 and probably 40 bonus pins, Powers was trailing 65 pins behind Bloomquist. Bloomquist, best he can do is 191.
So something bonus points in the teens, maybe?
Low teens, maybe like 12. We're probably seeing a difference of 35 bonus pins.
203.
Powers is going to go around
46,
Bloomquist.
yeah, I think so.
He's going to go around Bloomquist. Bloomquist is going to fall down to fourth. I mean, if that's, guessing what the bonus pins are. And what did Cortez finish with? 205?
Yes.
Cortez had 205, so that's going to be like maybe 15 bonus pins. So 46, 46, something like that. 46, 46.
Mm-hmm.
And Powers is going to get to like 45, 78 plus 40 bonus. So yeah, 3 seed.
Well,
I'm going to say 3 seed. Cortez 2 seed. Crow 1 seed. Bloomquist 4 seed. Matt Hibbard your 5 seed. That's what I got.
And Bloomquist just finished out pocket 710 for $180.
And that's super unofficial, everybody.
Very, yes.
Crow, Cortez, Powers, Bloomquist, Hibbard.
Well, for the second and third seeds, whoever they end up being, it's going to be an interesting, they'll have, 20, 30-minute break, roughly? Maybe.
Yeah, they got to oil the lanes.
Maybe half hour, and of course we're going to warm up again. And there's still 2 pairs active. They're in their 9th, so we got a couple more minutes of waiting.
Yeah, and folks, because I have to reset cameras and everything, I'm going to be getting off the air fairly quickly. All of the scores will be available on the link that we have in the standings tab. I want to make sure that you go ahead and bookmark that page to verify all of our math. We did the best we could with it, but I believe we do have our top 5 solidified. I have to move our cameras from over here over to another table. I got to tape it all down, get the bowling balls out of the way, so we have a lot of work to do there. And then we'll be back with our stepladder final coming up here. I'm going to guess in about 30 minutes. They got to oil the lanes. And Mark and I will be on the call with Jeff Riggles as well coming up here on Inside Bowling. I want to thank everybody for tuning in to our coverage here of round number 2, 12 total games, about a 6.5-hour stream here today. And we're looking forward to bringing the stepladder final right here from Dubuque here at Cherry Lanes on Inside Bowling. I want to thank Mark London for his time here in the booth. Jeff Riggles earlier today. I want to thank you for watching. We'll see you guys coming up here in just a little bit. Look for the stream to start. It'll be the stepladder finals coming up here from the 11thframe.com Open in Dubuque.